turned down on a $30 session game because the guy was like, "It took you 2 days to get back to me," and I was like, "Okay, so you spaz."
Who charges $30 for a game? $30 for a freaking D&D game, really?
Is that per person?
Like, this guy was like, he's like, "I'm amazing. I've done professional games for like League of Legends teams and blah blah blah." And I was like, "All right, man, check."
30 an hour though. That is just ridiculous.
Yeah, that's absolutely redonkulous.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, Gally.
Hey, Gally.
Yeah, can hear me?
Yep, we hear you.
Yep, okay, so let's take a look at chat. Alright, I have chat up on my phone, set next to my streaming computer. It worked out well on Thursday night. I could just glance over and see when there was something in chat instead of having to crane my neck to see what was going on. So, all right, let me go to this, and I will turn off the music. Yes, this was a, I thought I was getting ready a little bit ahead of time, and as it turned out, it took me the entire hour to get everything set up. I created all of the stat blocks for all of my monsters and everything during a week, and I started populating them yesterday, and then I got tired, and so I'll just finish up a couple hours before the game. And then, of course, I got busy this morning, and I finished up just a few minutes ago. So, all right. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. It is Sunday afternoon. It is 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time in these here United States. That must mean it is time for the Walker of Waterdeep. I am your host, DM Gallibond. And on the Discord, I am joined by Pete, Ash, Chris, Ken, and Gaunty. Welcome. Okay, now let me make sure. Did I put... Yeah, I do have both of my accounts in the Discord. All right, great. Okay. Now, last time we all got together, the party had managed to crest the hill and make it to the edge of a very welcome site, and that welcome site is Lambholt Village. Lambholt Village, which has been a place that has been sold to you or described to you or allowed you to otherwise believe was more or less an oasis of sorts in the craziness that is Kessig. And indeed, you see there are farms. There is at least one nice-looking inn. Looks like there's a little shrine down there. There are houses with little streams of smoke coming out of the chimneys. Everything looks like it's just in order in the way that you would expect it to be. And so you all can sort of head in down, and I think I have done this correctly. I think I have set the scale up on this thing so that if you use your you use your ruler tool, you will kind of see where we are. Let me just verify that for myself on my screen. Yeah, looks like I have. Okay. So each of these squares should be about 25 feet.
Yeah.
Okay. So, it's getting to be not quite dusk, but the sun is hanging. Well, the sky is gray. It's always gray. It's always cloudy. It's always overcast. But you can tell that the sun is heading towards the western horizon. Oddly enough, on Toril, on Ravnica, and now here, the sun always seems to rise more or less in the east and set in the west. That is a kind of an something that you have noticed. You have also noticed, or maybe being creatures from a technologically starved world, you wouldn't even think about this, but you've also noticed that there seems to be only one sun in the sky in all of these areas. So that may or may not be something that anybody from Toril would even think about being a possibility that there would be anything different. So, yes.
So it's raining heavily and it's cold, right?
Not raining heavily. It's kind of been spitting off and on. You haven't. I guess there was a time yesterday or last week where you had a bit of a rain, and I honestly can't remember. Did I say it was raining when we ended?
Yeah.
Oh, I did. Okay.
Zandri was teasing Oyo about it.
Okay. All right. So it's raining. It's just about any rain would feel like a hard rain after spending time in Ravnica, but compared to gully washers you may have experienced in Toril, it's not the heaviest rain you've ever seen. But yeah, it makes the roads, which are all dirt, of course, muddy. Your horse's hooves splash and your feet splash through it. So
there's a lot of suctioning going on from Adamant. Nothing major.
Oyo looks at Zandri and he'll say, "It's not the cold that bothers me. It's the rain. I do not like being wet. It's not that I don't like rain. I just don't like being wet."
Does that mean you don't bathe all year?
Perhaps we should find an inn.
Does that mean you don't bathe all year?
Oh, leave the man alone. And Zandri chuckles.
Galibar is flying about 2 feet off the ground, holding his great axe above his head so his head doesn't get wet. As we're
I think Galibar's probably a little bit too big to be sheltered by a great sword.
His head isn't.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, can I use a real water walk on mud?
There are definitely puddles where you could use. Sure.
I know it stops some of the suction.
Yep.
Jerry gets to ride up on Olerin, so at least he doesn't have to worry about getting stuck in the mud. Although Zandri kind of looks at Adamant and is wondering, are we going to have to pull him out?
I'm fine.
All right, so down to look for an inn then.
Yes. And hello, Goonie. Welcome to the stream.
Hello, Goonie.
Hi.
All right. So, as you go through town or get closer to the edge of town, you can definitely see what looks like an inn with a stable in the back And that appears to be this large building right here that I am pinging, if you all can see it.
Ah, excellent. Stables are a plus.
Yes, the stables back here behind. So,
All right. As we walk up, Zandri will get down and offer Jerry a hand down because Oleron's pretty tall. And she'll say, "You guys go on in. I'll see about getting him a stable, and I'll be right in with you."
okay, there is a one of those signs hanging on a beam protruding from the above the door, and two little chains holding it up. It's a white sign that's painted with a hand holding the hilt of a longsword, and in script letters, the name there says "The Swinging Sword." So that is the name of this inn.
This looks like it could. And right as he's about to step into the place, Galibar puts his great axe back on his back. I guess just lands on the front step. And
Okay. All right. So is Galibar the first one going in?
Seems like it.
Yeah.
Okay. So as I understand it, Zandri and Jerry are outside. Galibar, Adamant, and Oyo are heading into the inn. Is
Yes.
that
Oh,
correct?
Zandri gave Jerry a hand down so he could go in.
Oh,
They're
okay.
heading in as
Okay. All right. So the door pushes open and this half orc walks in, and if it were DJ night, there would be an unintentional scratch on the record as every head looks up and turns, and you look, Galibar, to see a uniform sea of human faces.
Oh no!
And
Oh no! There's not a single human in our group.
then as Adamant shuffles in behind, and Jerry sort of weaves his way in between the legs of people and comes in, they look, the eyebrows with each new face climb a little bit higher, like, huh? What's this? And so,
could
go ahead.
Galibar roll an insight check?
Sure.
Of course. So there's a bar, right?
Yeah.
Never change, Galibar.
Yeah.
There's a bar.
He walks over to the bar and just sits down, thinking he's used to people staring at him. He's a big dude, and just like, "You guys sell ale here?"
And there's a plump man who's like maybe in his 40s behind the bar, and there's also, the bar is right next to the kitchen, and there's a couple of serving maids. One has gone into the kitchen, one has just come out, and she's got food, and she's just she takes a step out of the kitchen, and she looks at you all, and her eyes just kind of go as large as saucers, and she turns and looks at the man behind the bar, and the man says, sir, ale. Oh, ale. Yes. Of course. But please sit down. Oh, you're already sitting. My. You're a tall one, aren't you? Oh. And he kind of looks at Adamant, and it's clear there's very very perplexed look on his face as he sees
Adamant sits
Adamant.
down next to Galibar. I shall take him as well.
Can I do an insight check on the rest of the bar? See,
Oh,
Yeah.
sure you can.
Adamant's totally gonna insight check these reactions as well.
Okay.
yikes! All right, it's gonna be one of
Okay.
those days.
Yeah, well, it's starting off that way. I love it when a plan comes together.
Gallibond
So-
is about to find out how he can no longer get drunk because of the item.
So, Adamant, your read is that people just do not know what to make of you all. This is completely out of their experience. I mean, the look takes in all of you. I mean, they seem to notice, or actually they seem to kind of gloss over the fact that Oyohusa has sort of pointed ears, because Oyohusa looks the most like what they expect someone that walks into the bar would look like.
Well, he has a hooded cloak on, so
Oh, okay. Well,
In
but-
other words, he looks like the vampire.
Oyo is enough of your face showing that they can, like, at least see, that you have
sure.
a normal
Yeah,
humanoid arranged facial features. Okay.
yeah.
So, all right. So they kind of look at the other three, and then they look at Oyo and Adamant. You can tell when their eyes land on Oyo, it seems like that gives them a little bit of relief, because okay, there's somebody that looks like what people should look like. And if they're with him, then maybe they're not monsters that are here to kill us all.
Oyo's not quite sure how to handle the situation. He can't get a good read on the room, so he's just
Oh,
going to be
no.
like, he's going to turn and address everybody. And my friends, today is my birthday. To celebrate, I buy everybody here around.
And with that, oh, happy birthday, and there's mugs come up, and they're like, welcome to the Swinging Sword, we're so glad you're here, welcome.
I bet
And-
they're so glad.
And then they say, your friends have amazing costumes, very very realistic. And so they, with that, they all seem to like turn back to what they were doing. After they don't sing here, they like do this little cheer for a birthday, and they do that like 3 times, and then everybody drinks. And then now, if you are in fact going to offer the barman enough to buy a round for everyone in the house, they will wait until they all get their free round, and then they will repeat that whole birthday thing. Meanwhile, out in the yard, Zandri starts to walk around the side of the inn, and a teenage human boy
Child's play.
Oh, great.
comes running out of the stables as you open the gate on the side of the inn to take Oleron into the yard, and he starts to trot out, and it's kind of like he's sort of on autopilot until he looks up and he catches your eye, and then he just sort of skids to a stop in the mud, and he looks at you, and there's this look like, he doesn't know what to make of, this metal-clad woman that's clearly not human. And the look he gives you is like he's not sure what you are. Your suspicion is they probably don't get many elves around here.
That's all right.
and-
I think I can handle a single male teenager.
Okay, all right. So he's like, ma'am, may I help you?
Well, yes, I think you can. And I'll flash him a smile. The kind of smile that Zandri would give an adult male to try to put him at ease. My friends and I are looking for lodging. I don't suppose you would have a stall free for my horse?
And he looks from you and he looks at the horse, and immediately his demeanor changes, and his eyes kind of go wide, but now they kind of go wide like, oh, that's a gorgeous animal. And he he walks up and he's like, now he's only like sort of half paying attention to you, and he says, oh, yes. Oh, if I may say, my lady, you have a majestic mount. And he's just
Yes,
very He's
he
very
truly is
practiced. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
He truly is a thing of beauty, yes. And she'll kind of give Olerin a mental nudge of, maybe be nice to the kid.
And Olerin wickers, and the lad approaches, and as he does, it's clear from Zandri being someone that has observed people around horses for all of her life, and in knowing in a culture like Waterdeep how people treat the good way that people treat animals and the bad way that people treat animals. He's an old hand with it, and he treats his guests' horses like they are his own, So,
Good. So I don't have to kneecap him.
No. And he says, oh, and he puts up a hand and lets Olerin sort of sniff his hand, and then he rubs his neck, and he says, oh, what is his name, ma'am?
His name is Olerin. I assure you he is supremely well behaved. He could probably do with a rub down, and if you have it, some hot mash and fresh apples.
Oh, right away. Yes. Oh, Olerin, come on, boy. And he gives the horse a pat, and then he kind of. Do you have saddlebags on Olerin?
Not saddlebags, no. Zandri keeps everything in her pack.
Okay, all right. So he kind of just waits for a beat in case there's anything you need to take off the horse, or in case there's anything you do to the horse before you turn and walk away. And he lets you turn, and clearly you're heading toward the end before he just takes the horse away from you.
Zandri will give Olerin a kiss and a rub behind the ears and let him know to tell her right away if anything goes wrong.
And he gives a little wicker and a nod, and then as you head off to the inn, you can hear Olerin's hooves splashing and splooshing as they head towards the stable, and the lad is just talking to him and says, "Yo, we're gonna take good care of you. We'll get you some apples and hot mash right away." And
good thing for him. I think this horse can talk. So if anything goes wrong,
yeah. Okay, so
Zandri will head right on in, meet up with the boys.
Okay, well, the people inside are just about getting over their shock of all of the strange people coming in when this purple-skinned elf with a shock of platinum hair comes walking into the walking into the bar, and now they're just kind of startled all over again. But not quite as much as they were the first time, because now they realize, oh, this stranger with the birthday, his friends are really good. They're really good at cosplay. Apparently, they he's got professional cosplayers for friends. Whatever these creatures are supposed to be, man, they really look realistic. And so.
Yeah, Zandri gives her hair a flick, get the wet off of it, and goes over to the bar with the others. And she'll look at the barkeep and she'll say, "I owe you for stabling, and I must say I'm impressed with your stable hand."
Oh, what, thank you. Why, thank you, my lady. Yes, the lad is good. He's been around animals all his life. He seems to get along better with them than he does with most folk. And animals seem to love him too.
Galibar, you should go out and meet him for sometime tonight.
Maybe if it stops.
And what did I know I gave these people? I know I gave these people names. Okay, and then what's her husband's name? All right, well, I'm just going to have to pull out my handy dandy little generator here. Okay, all right. And
Okay, Galibar has a full beard today. Just so everybody knows.
Nice.
Nice, you
because of
finally
the-
grew a beard.
And
Oyo orders like hot meals for all of us.
okay. Well then, let's take a look and see what is on the menu.
And yes, he ordered one for Adamant too, because he knows Galibar will probably eat it.
Gally will finish the doggy bag off.
Adamant, trying to seem as human as possible, starts mushing it into his mouthpiece.
Okay, there's the choices for dinner tonight are steamed oxen and grapefruit pie with a glass of cider, or you can get baked shrimp and poached eggs with a glass of wine,
Shrimp and eggs with wine.
or you can get steamed hare and poached eggs with a glass of mead. And instead of a glass, it's like more of a tankard type of thing.
A tankard of mead?
Yes. A tankard of cider, wine, mead. Of course, they also have ale and beer, the wine is a little bit more expensive, but all of the other drinks you can swap out, and there's no difference in price.
These guys must have livers of steel. Mead can be hugely alcoholic.
That's what Oyo's
yeah.
having. He's having the meat and the hot oxen with potatoes and whatever else comes.
Okay,
shrimp,
yeah.
definitely the shrimp for Zandri.
Okay, so you guys order up. Your meal. The barman introduces himself as Virgil, and then what's the family name? Okay. And her husband. Virgil is the barkeep. Okay. Virgil Ganea. And so I will put that in the barkeep at the Swinging Sword is Virgil Ganea. All right. So yes, and there's so you guys are all in here, and I'm going to go use, now that we know where we are, I'm going to go ahead and use this wonderful little thing that Gaunty has made for us. So that
Really
we
need to get
can-
a portrait done for Jerry. All right,
Yeah.
so as we talk, since this barkeep has a stable boy who's really good with animals, Zandri figures he might know the answer. She'll ask him, so are there many horses for sale in town, or good sturdy mules?
Oh, why? Yes. Actually, after you guys get settled, the barkeep sort of hands you off, and especially when it comes to talking about rates for rooms and everything, hands you off to his wife, Natalia. And it is clear after a few minutes of talking with Natalia that this inn really is hers. And her husband is just about as much hired help as the cooks and the serving maids and the stable boy and the other folks. So she's clearly the one in charge. She's a 40-ish matriarch. She's a pleasant and sturdy woman. And so you ask about horses, and she says, well, there's a few horses here. Over at some of the farms, they will raise some horses, and you can check with a couple of the different places in town. I would suggest starting with Taru's Safe Journeys. Old the Tarus, they are, let's see, Tudor and Angel. They're brothers. They are the proprietors over there at Taru's. They have some of the finest wagon rolling stock that you will find around here, and they also do a fair trade in horses, making sure that they have animals suitable for pulling the wagons, but also the occasional riding horse as well. I would start with them, and if they don't have everything that you need, they will be able to. They could tell you where you could find more.
Wonderful. We appreciate that very much. So,
Yes.
is the swinging sword always this crowded? You have a fine group in here this evening.
Oh well, we do our best. We do our best. This swinging sword is one of the, if I do say so myself, it's probably the finest inn in Lambholt. And yes, it's a good crowd tonight. Probably some folk in a little earlier than usual due to the rain, but most of these folk will be here for dinner and perhaps sharing some stories or playing some dice or some cards later on as the night goes on. Not too many traveling entertainers these days, sad to say, what with all the troubles around and everything. But You folk are here for a nice room. You don't want to hear about our troubles.
Quite the contrary. I'd love to hear about your troubles. Do tell me more. And Zandri will lean forward as if she's has no attention for anything in the world beyond this lady.
And so she looks around and she gives a few orders to some serving maids, has them do some things, and she reaches over to another table and pulls a chair and sits down. And after a while, one of the serving maids brings her an ale, and she says, "Well, milady, gentlemen, the right of it is, I'm concerned about what's happening in the dark here. Ever since our blessed Avacyn, ever since she disappeared, the wards just aren't holding quite the way they used to. It started by seeing more rats in town than we've seen in many a year. And then there are the strange noises that you hear. It's almost like the earth below the town is groaning or something. It's very strange."
These happen at
I'm sorry, you cut out a little bit.
these happen at night?
Well, it's the only time I hear them is at night.
And they started after the guardian angel, I think is what she is, disappeared?
Yes. Avacyn. Now, you all tell me, you all know about Avacyn? What? You seem a little. I haven't seen folk quite like you around very much, and now she's clearly including Oyohusa as well, because now that she's sitting there close enough, she can tell that, Oyohusa ain't quite right. He's
In
he's
the
not
head or in appearance?
in appearance. That boy ain't right.
Oh, it was just like stuffing his face,
Yeah.
listening.
And she,
Well,
when she
pretend-
catches your eye, she does approve of you eating heartily.
He winks at her.
She smiles.
Adamant
Pretend-
mushes a piece of food into his face.
Pretend we know absolutely nothing, and give us your best explanation. We're always curious about learning as much.
Well, it's a good thing that you all came to me. These days, it's hard to know who you can trust anymore. The believers. Now, the believers would have you would try to tell you what they think about Avacyn, but they've been acting strangely. Used to be the believers were the most devout followers of Avacyn in the whole town, but I'm worried about some of them. There's something strange going on with that lot now. But anyway, Avacyn, of course, she's as you say, she's the guardian angel that appeared and founded the church in Thraven and was able to help us here, even all the way out in Keswick, have a little bit less of the influence of the werewolves and the vampires and the geists and the skags and all of the other things that go bump in the night. But then the rumor came around that Avison had disappeared. And not long after we heard that rumor, indeed, there were people that from the outlying farms that came and said they had seen werewolves prowling around their fields, and even a couple of farmers lost a few head of cattle to werewolves at night, and there wasn't a thing they could do about it. Of course, if they tried to go out, they would become food for the werewolves too. So can't blame a buddy for hiding inside with them prowling about. But and then there's the rats and the other strange occurrences. Oh, I
Other
can't
strange
explain it.
occurrences? Beyond the noises?
Oh well, I mean the noises, of course. The bumping, and the groaning, coming from under the earth, just like the, I don't know, like the very bones of the world itself are protesting something that's giving it pain.
Do these seem to be happening in a particular spot, or are they spread all over the town?
Well, now you know. Come to think of it, that's a right good question, young lady. Yes, I do
I
believe.
am much older than you. And she smiles sweetly.
And she looks at you, and for a minute, there's a look that crosses her face that you might think would normally be reserved for one of her daughters who gives a little bit too much sass in talking back to her mother. But then she seems to remember that you are not her daughter, and instead you're a paying guest, and so she doesn't say anything, but the look in her eye still says that you shouldn't be teasing your elders in such a way.
Galibar will speak up when he notices this and says, "These two here are elves. They live for centuries."
And she looks at Zandri, and there's a little bit of startlement in her eyes. She looks at Zandri, and she looks over at Oyohusa, and then she looks back at Zandri, and she says, "Elves? Well, bless my soul, elves here in Lambholt."
Well, half elf in my case.
Oh, well, what is the world coming to? It says that the elves, thousands of years ago, the elves went across the sea and have never returned. Tell me, are there more elves coming? Are you coming back to the land?
Not to my knowledge. We're travelers.
We're on our way to a birthday party.
Technically, we're not from here. In this,
Zandri kind of nudges Galibar's chin.
Adamant reaches over and shoves a piece of bread into Galibar's mouth.
Galibar is buzzed at the moment. So
Baggins? Sure, I know a Baggins. He's over there.
Here, Galibar, eat this white fluffy stuff.
White fluffy stuff.
Shoving biscuits in your mouth.
And the bread is pretty good. It's a light, fluffy bread, nice brown, crispy crust on the outside, very soft and chewy on the inside.
And there goes his buzz.
Yeah,
no, I can't say.
Bread soaks in alcohol.
Yeah, it does. I can't say whether there are other elves coming, but we're simply passing. Now, being as that is, we do tend to try to leave places better than we found them.
Oh yes, I plan on getting rid of at least some of the undead that you seem to have an issue with. I haven't been able to take down something in a while.
It's
At
been
least
2
something
days.
that wasn't a goblin.
It's been 2 days, Gally.
Yeah, but if you remember correctly, you guys took all of the kills.
You got the tree!
That wasn't a that's count. It was a tree.
Gally, it's your turn.
And she's sitting there looking back and forth at all of you as you're talking.
We're entertainers. They're practicing their script for a performance later.
Entertainer. I'm a gladiator.
Yeah, see what I mean? He's a gladiator. Ooh.
I was champion of the arena as he glances at Zandri, smirks.
Zandri is just face palming, trying to hide her laughter, and she just kind of failing to hide her laughter, but attempting to keep a straight face. Looks back up. You were saying the noises from underground. Please ignore my friend. I think he's getting drunk.
Ah, well. Man his size should be able to hold his liquor a little better.
Trust me.
Oh,
It-
shots
this-
fired!
I've beaten dwarves in drinking contests. This is not much.
Galibar, eat.
Dwarves. Dwarves. Why, the only dwarves I've ever seen are dwarves in statues. Are you going to tell me there are dwarves where you all come from as well?
Yes. There was one that traveled with us for a while, but then
Galibar,
left.
Galibar.
As you can
All
see,
Thunder arm wrestling match.
And
Arm wrestling
so
match.
then she says, all right, I will bite. And she turns and she fixes Adamant with a gaze, and she says, and what are you supposed to be?
I'm human. Smush.
Is like the food burning in his mouth where it actually got mashed in?
I'm going to let Pete decide what happens with food when Adamant puts it into his mouth. Yeah, I could have a whole lot of fun making up all kinds of tables and having him roll to see if anything gets caught in gears, but that's way too much work to deal with. So
He chews it and then it just disappears. You might hear occasional pain. And it falls. And it hits.
okay. It's some sort of internal receptacle where that will then be empty later.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's fine. But you're breaking up pretty bad, Pete. Just as an
Let's doing it again.
FYI. So, what did you say you told her that you're supposed to be?
Human. He said human.
Human. Okay. Yeah. So she will look at you, and she kind of crosses her arms underneath her breasts, and leans back in her chair, and she's got quite a disapproving look on her face. And then she turns to Galibar. She says, and you, I suppose you're a human too, sir?
Oh no. I'm a half-orc with the blood of a dragon, and he flexes. I am no human.
Zandri leans over and says to her, he's drunk. And she lifts a hand and snaps
I
her
am
fingers.
Not drunk. And Galibar says, I am not drunk. And thanks to Adamant here, all my progress into getting drunk is wasted.
As Zandri lifts a hand and snaps her fingers and casts disguise self on herself. so that she looks like a human version of herself. It's a gimmicky little spell that we use as our troupe of performers. We like to have fun.
We gave him the barbarian, because he's not between me and you. He's not that. His Oyo kind of leans in.
Okay, your last word broke off there, Ken.
I said,
He's not that.
He's not that bright.
And she looks at you, and she looks at the little trick that Zandri did, and she nods and she says, "Well, that's a neat trick, milady." And then
Galibar just looks annoyed because, like, he doesn't like lies, but he also does not like his pride getting. He just looks angry and just like he gets up. He gets up and just walks out of.
Okay, all right.
Poor Gally. Poor drunk Gally.
He's not.
And
drunk.
okay, well, we'll get to Galibar in a minute. And then she looks over at Jerry and she says, "And you, lad, tell me, what are you supposed to be? Are you the offspring of this fine crew?"
Oh, I'm a dwarf.
Yes, he's mine. I'm afraid we made a bit of a mistake raising him, and he takes the pretend very seriously.
It's
He
true.
He
We
won't
tried.
break character.
Ooh, method acting. We should try it one time.
I think his mother.
You guys are a
spoils him.
jerk. This is why we have to come to small villages like Lambholt. God damn. Instead of playing the big places, I'm gonna make it big one day, guys. You
Of
guys are
course you
holding me
are.
back.
Of course you are, darling. Mommy and Daddy have the greatest faith in you.
I'm sorry, but his mother spoils him terribly.
Yes, I can see that. Well, lady, and it's clear that she's fishing for what she should call you.
Misha.
Lady Misha. Okay. I need to put something in my notes here. In
Yeah, Galibar's
just-
ideals are like anti everything you just did.
I'm just like fumbling for the cover ID we used back in Ravnica.
Okay. Which I don't. Oh, okay. I see. So she looks at you and she says, "Lady Misha, to answer your question, yes, when I have heard the sounds the loudest, I have gone out behind the stables, and it seems the sounds that we hear at night are the loudest over near the big tree, kind of in the center of the lawn, back of the stables."
Behind the stables, she says, smile freezing.
Yes. I don't rightly know what to make of it.
Excuse me a moment. And she runs out of the inn.
After Galibar left, he was actually going to go to the stables. So,
Okay. You. Where? Okay. Yeah. This is fine. Okay. So, when you go out to the stables, the stable boy is named you see the a lad out there, a teenage lad who is um, looks like he's rubbed down Olerin, and there's the cores of a couple of apples there, and a bowl, kind of a horse-sized bowl that has like the remains of some mashed oats or something like that in there, and there's fresh hay in the stall with Olerin, and Olerin appears to be kind of very content, and the lad just sort of seems to be leaning on the gate of the stall and just sort of looking at Olerin appraisingly in the way that somebody who is familiar with animals and appreciates animals would just really enjoy looking at a very fine specimen of an animal. And so that's what you see him just sort of up there when you walk into the stable.
Son, is there a big tree around here somewhere?
All right, so you walk in, and he looks. He says, "Oh, milady. Why, yes. If you go," and he points to the other direction. If you go down there, there's a little passage to the back, and if you open up from the back, you'll see the big tree out in the yard behind. And let me go ahead and return us to the town map for a moment. And as you walk out of the stables here, you then see from the direction he was pointing, you see this big tree right here in the back, behind the stables. There's kind of
Glorious.
a cluster of trees over here, and then a big one sort of off by itself over there.
Do me a favor. Do you remember I mentioned he is exceptionally well behaved?
And he says, "Oh, yes, my lady, yes."
Unlatch his stall and keep it unlatched, please. He won't wander about, and he won't get into trouble, and we will say nothing of it if anything happens. But don't lock him in.
And he kind of gives you a little bit of a look, and then he looks back at the horse, and you can see Olerin sort of wickers and nods a little bit, and then the boy smiles and he says, "All right, my lady, as you say." And so he goes over to the gate and he pulls the pin that keeps the gate latched, and he tucks it in, and he looks at Olerin and he says, "Now you heard her. She said you're not going to run off, so don't make your mistress a liar." And
Yeah, Zandri will tell Olerin that if there's trouble, he's allowed to get out.
and he wickers and nods. And now, do you say that loud enough that the boy could hear?
No, over mentally.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So while you're doing, I presume while you're doing that, Galibar would walk in.
Well, Galibar would have gotten there before her.
Yeah,
but
he left sooner.
Okay.
But, as soon as he sees that she's kind of nervous or something like that about a tree or something, he thinks maybe it's the same kind of tree as before, so he follows her.
Yeah, Zandri walks out and looks at the tree in the yard and looks at Galibar and says, "There are funny noises coming from under that tree once a night, every night. They started after the guardian angel was in prison." I think there's something seriously wrong here. I don't like it.
Shall I dig up the tree?
I'm tempted, but perhaps we should start with just looking around, and I think we should probably bring the others, and I don't think we should do it with the whole town watching us. But yes, we may end up chopping down another tree and burning it.
Hopefully, I actually get to kill some this time.
Oh, don't be petulant. And she punches his arm and goes back inside.
Okay.
You'll get to chop something, Gally.
So
Galibar stays
Zandri.
outside of the tree.
Okay, Zandri is headed back inside the inn, right?
That's
what you're telling me.
Yeah, to go talk to the others about it.
Okay. Galibar, are you staying out near the tree, or are you going back into the
I'm
stable to
staying-
talk to?
I'm staying
Okay.
out with next to this tree just in case something happens. I don't trust.
Okay. It's still raining, but not quite as heavily as before. If you go up under the tree, then of course it gets that way that trees do after it's rained a long time, where there may be fewer individual drops coming from the tree, but they're kind of all these collected big fat drops that, as the water sort of streams its way down the branches and whatnot and collects. And so, there's not really any place dry under here. And like I said, it's getting close to dusk. It's not exactly the middle of the night at this point. You guys it's probably past dusk now, because you probably have been there an hour or so with food and a round or two of ale and talking to Natalia. Oh, and the inn. Let's see. What are the prices of the inn? The inn charges 5 silver for a semi-private room. A semi-private room has 2 beds. And oh, wait a minute. Is this correct? Or am I giving you? Okay. All right. There's actually, I'm sorry. There's actually a she tells you that on the top floor there's dormitory style rooms where travelers can sleep cheap. Each room is shared with up to 6 guests. But the 2 floors below that, so this is actually a 4-story inn. The 2 floors below that, you have suites, and these suites have their own garderobe, and there are 2. Depending on the type of suite, there's 2 sleeping chambers. One of the sleeping chambers would have a single bed, or the other one would have 2 single beds. So you can sleep either 3 or 4 people in a suite there. And then there's sort of a common area as well as the garderobe. So it's not quite as fancy as what you guys had in Ravnica, but it's kind of the rustic, more fantasy version of the modern, the modern suite hotel.
Well, I mean, if we get one of the dormitory rooms, then we've got 5 beds that we can all share and only one odd one.
Okay. Yeah. Now the thing, of course, is that she will tell you if you kind of proffer that. She says, "Well, the dormitories, as you understand, there's no locks on the doors, and as travelers need a bed, we just send them up, and they will go and they'll find whatever bed is available. So there's no guarantee that your group would have an entire dormitory room to yourself. If you wanted your own rooms, I might recommend the suites. The suites are a gold for the entire suite for the night.
You mentioned that you don't have many traveling music players recently. My parents do a great duet, so it'd be possible to play for a room or get a discount.
Well, your mother
my
and your uncle Gally do a much better duet than your mother and father, dear.
Yeah, well, maybe we can do 2 songs and
What?
we can let the crowd to choose the better duet.
Battle of the bands.
I heard that sound. I heard that side DM.
Hey, there are performance checks. We can
I'm up for
do
this.
whatever you guys. We can do whatever you guys want.
Yep, Zandri's down for this.
Perhaps we will take these sweets. And Oyo pulls out a platinum piece and he kind of just slides it over slowly towards her.
Dear, just
For your
because
hospitality.
you're jealous of Gally doesn't mean you have to act this way. It's just a simple fact that he's better at performance.
Who is she talking to?
She's talking to you, dear.
Oh,
I do believe
Yeah,
you've been thrown under the cart here.
yes, of course. Whatever.
And so the Natalia, her eyes kind of go wide again, seeing the platinum, and she says, "Well, yes, of course. Now, will you all be staying for just the night, or do you have business that will keep you here in Lambholt for a few days?"
I think that we will be here just for the evening.
Oh, right. Okay, well, what is the news of the road? Where did you all come from? I presume you came aboard ship across the sea. How was your travel to Kessig?
We ran into some griffins and a chimera, and Zandri just lists off a bunch of strange mutant creatures.
Oh, good heavens! Oh, I didn't know we had those about. Oh, and here I thought the worst of our problems were werewolves and vampires. Oh my
And-
goodness.
Yeah, she looks the lady dead in the eyes and says, "I'm joking with you again. It was quiet."
Oh, well, that's good. You haven't been tempted to try the pumpkins, have you?
We had an experience with the pumpkins. We will be avoiding anything pumpkin related, or possibly anything gourd related, for potentially ever.
Ah, yes. Well, that's wise. The season is upon us, and they are the brain weevils are ready to hatch. So all it takes is something disturbing them, and they will be out all over you. So
So we've learned.
gee, Yes, yes. Do your best to avoid those if you can. Okay, well, right. And she calls over to a serving wench after a time and has the girl show you up to rooms. And I say a girl, she's probably a woman in her 30s or so. So she's a little bit younger than the proprietor, but not young enough to be the proprietor's daughter. So
Now, my son brought up entertainment for the evening. I don't suppose that that's something that you need.
well, I think everyone would be glad for some entertainment. Yes, we could if you want to play for let's say play for every hour that you play would be worth a couple of rounds of ale for you, if that, and then if there's any money that the guests offer, well, of course you're free to have that as well.
And Zandri kind of looks over at Oyohusa and gives him a grin and says, "What do you think, dear?"
I don't think that you want me making these nice people here cry.
She'll look over at Jerry and say, "Dear, do you want to go and grab your Uncle Gally?"
Where is he?
Outside by the stables.
Okay, I'll be back in a jiffy. Like, run out.
Okay, so Jerry runs off. Let's quickly go back to Galibar. Galibar, I think we started this whole thing a little while ago with you wanting to go out and talk to the stable hand, and then you got sidetracked. Were you ever going to go talk to the stable hand, or did this whole tree business change your mind?
The whole tree business changed his mind, because as soon as like, he heard, hey, there's something wrong with a tree. He thought, like, I don't want another situation with one of those trees. I'm going to go try to take care of it. So he's been staring at this tree and trying to listen in and see if there's any whispers or anything he was told.
Okay, well, yeah, I don't think anybody asked, but I will go ahead and set the record straight at this point. It was clear to Zandri, and it's clear to you as well. This is not the same kind of tree that you saw at the house where you guys teleported into Innistrad back in Averbrook, or Hollowhenge, as it's called now. This appears to be a large tree similar to a live oak. And I'll just say that, in Toril, you guys know what oak trees and larches and pines and all that other kind of stuff are. So it's similar to a live oak. It looks like it's been there, venerable old tree for a long time. Widespread canopy. And it seems like a healthy tree. It doesn't have that dark, foreboding look or feel to it the way that the tree in the house did when you guys teleported in.
So it's not bleeding.
Oh, no. No, the liquid coming off of it is just rain that is running down dropping from the canopy down through the limbs and then finally collecting and dripping off the limbs onto the ground or occasionally onto Galibar's head.
Does he hear any whispers at all in the time he's out here?
No. We'll say that by the time that Jerry comes to collect you, maybe you've been out there another 15 or 30 minutes since Zandri left, and you haven't heard anything except the pitter patter of the raindrops and the occasional rustling of the leaves when a kind of wet wind, it's not a a breeze, if you will, passes through the trees, but it's kind of a wet, heavy breeze, given the conditions.
Okay. I guess when Jerry comes to get me, what does he say?
Right. Galibar, sir, Lady Zandri needs you in the inn. It's a medical emergency.
Galibar sighs again, and he just walks back in.
Okay.
It's a medical emergency, Jerry.
Medical, musical, very similar words,
Hey, you're not there. You don't know what he said.
I know.
All right. So, Jerry comes back in leading Galibar. And so what do you guys want to do in terms of entertainment? Do you guys have something all cooked up, or do you want to take a few minutes to talk about what you would do, or what?
Well, I was thinking either we would do a musical thing or we would do like a professional wrestling thing where it's mostly an act, but it's still impressive.
Look,
Okay.
Galibar's only musical talent is with the drums.
What do you mean
So-
only? That is percussion section erasure,
Right.
and I will not stand for it.
Oyo plays the flute, but none of you've heard him play it.
Yep. Nope, we have not.
So he'll probably save that for the end and play the saddest damn song from his homeland he can think of.
Hear the
Sadness
sound
and
of
sorrow.
silence.
So if Galibar would put down some kind of percussion, what would Zandri do when?
Do they have string instruments?
Normally, traveling minstrels will supply their own instruments. So no, the inn doesn't have any instruments.
Hold on a minute
Yeah.
here. Let me think. Let me look at my spells here. Have. Well, could use dancing lights as a bit of extra flair. I don't have any spells that sounds. Shit.
You're an entertainer. You don't have an instrument.
Listen, okay, my instrument is the guitar, and I do not carry that with me. A certain little rat stole it. I think Zandri might be stuck singing. If we go the musical route, and quite frankly, she would rather back out of that humiliated than actually open her mouth to make noises.
You could dance, Zandri.
That's true. She can dance. She can dance very well.
Yeah, there are some dances that you learned from the Temple of Sune, and these dances run the gamut from dances that are suitable for the whole family and dances that you would do only when you're with your romantic partner. So you have an array of these that you have, and some of them allow you to do props use props, and in fact, Syl and a couple of the other paladins from the Temple of Sune that worked with you while you were there at one point have told you that some of the dances actually were adapted from fighting stances. So you can use like either a stave or a long weapon or something like that. And it's kind of a slowed down and more graceful version of some of the maneuvers that you might do on the battlefield
I've got it.
when you're fighting against somebody.
I got it. She's gonna. Does Galibar still have javelins?
Let's see. What do I have? I have hand axes.
Damn it. All right.
And I do have the Euclid still.
That's not big enough. I was thinking we'll use a javelin and she'll do some pole dancing, but
Oh Jesus!
There's an extendo pole that's 10 foot long, you know?
you have an extendo pole that's 10 foot long?
Yeah, that's what I use to go gadget.
Wait, doesn't
Oh.
Adamant have an immovable rod?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That would
Could
work.
he just stand that straight
Set-
up and it won't go
Set the
anywhere?
im- yeah,
It's
set the
o- it-
immovable rod up.
It's only about a foot long. I mean,
No. Listen, Zandri is hugely muscular, so she can just set that up in the middle of the air and then just use that.
well, you know those poles, those stripper poles actually rotate, right?
Yeah,
Or
I
she
know,
could just
but
belly dance. We have drums and a flute. We
I
could make some kind of.
collapsing. It's 10 foot long. I don't really see.
Right. So, Adamant having no real desire to see this cluster mess happen. Do you have anything that needs fixed, replaced, built?
And she says, "No, we don't. I don't believe so.
He's our maintenance guy.
You might want to go out to the stable and ask Denis if there's anything that needs fixing out in the stables, but he hasn't told me of anything."
Right, I will head out there. He moves rather quickly for his size.
yeah, Adamant was traumatized by what he saw in the Cult of Rakdos, and he doesn't want to see anything like it ever again.
Exactly.
Okay. Yes, that would make sense. Okay, so we are going to go to
All right. Well, we'll say for the sake of simplicity, since the immovable rod just walked out the door, I guess belly dancing with the drum and the flute if Oyo joins in. If not, just the drum. And yeah. Yep. All right.
Okay. All right. So let's do. There we go. So, and what's Jerry doing at this point?
Jerry's pole dance.
Jerry is going to do this thing called watching, and he doesn't really have any kind of skill.
Okay. All right.
So, what kind of dance is
Uh,
gonna do?
Maybe
Did you ever-
Jerry will
did-
try and get the crowd to clap along to the beat. Apart from
Did-
that.
did you ever see the animated version of the Hunchback of Notre Dame? You know that dance Esmeralda does during Topsy Turvy?
Uh huh.
Yeah. We'll say that. I'm not a dance choreographer, so it's like the best thing I can think of.
So you're belly dancing, you're pole dance. What are you doing?
I don't know what a belly dance is really, so I guess whatever it is called. It's a dance. It's a
Okay.
thing.
Well, it's a dance. So that's what we need to know. And now we need a performance check from Zandri to see how well she pulls it off. Meanwhile, if Galibar is playing the drums and if Oyo is providing like a jaunty accompaniment on the flute, I will need performance checks from both of them if they are playing music while the dancing goes on.
I hope I roll badly.
If it's good, it's great. If it's bad, it's funny.
Keep in mind, I am proficient with the flute, so I have it. It just isn't counted in under
Well,
maybe-
do the roll and then tell me what the actual total is if it's different.
It would just be a d20 plus your proficiency plus charisma.
Yep, that's what it would be.
plus
Nice.
3,
Okay.
22.
22. Okay. Well, all of it is really good. I mean, this is something different and exotic compared to what these folks are used to. And there are okay. I want to say that this is going to require a perception check because Oyo is concentrating on playing and he's not just, in observation mode. So all three of you can do a perception check to see if you can overhear anything that the crowd is saying while this performance is going on. Okay. Yeah, Galibar and Zandri both hear oh my goodness. What a wonderful cultural display. Now did they say they were elves? So this must be what elves do. Oh, interesting. Well, maybe we could it sure would be nice to have enough money to travel across the sea and visit some of the elves and see them, see more of their culture. So, all right. There's a huge round of applause, and if you all haven't formally set something up, there's some enterprising person in the crowd that gets a wooden bowl from a clean wooden bowl from one of the serving winches, and puts some coppers in there and starts passing it around to different tables, and they put some, most people put in coppers. Occasionally there will be somebody that drops in a silver piece. How long are you guys going to perform like this?
We'll say just the hour.
Okay, so just
Yeah.
1 hour for the dance.
After the performance is over, Galibar is going to ask if there is anybody who wants to challenge him to an arm wrestling match.
Okay, let's take care of one thing at a time. So the hour goes by. During that hour, the serving wenches will bring by a couple of rounds of ale, and so there's 3 of you. Okay, so the total that you all get in the course of an hour, added up from the folk that stop through, and like half of the tables turn over while you're there. Some people leave and new people come in, and you get around 1 gold and 33 silver. Or, well, no, 1 gold, 3 silver, and 3 copper. That's what it is. 1 gold, 3 silver, and 3 copper is the total for the hour.
Oyohusa is going to close out with solo.
Okay. All right. So as the dancing comes to an end, and Galibar, you start to put away your drum and think about challenging people. But before you can make any announcements, you see that Oyohusa has stood up and he's got his flute, and he is, Zandri is heading back, and there are people that are nodding appreciatively to her and smiling at her. And okay, so go ahead. Go ahead, Oyo, if you want to do a. Okay, you're going to do a solo performance at the end. We're going to count that as part of your same performance check. What kind of thing are you playing for the crowd?
Oh, it's going to be a really, really emotional song from my homeland.
Okay, kind of like a ballad or something like that, just or a dirge or something of the elves, like a wistful ode to the bygone eras where nature was ideal and everything was in harmony, just tugging at the heartstrings of people.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you do that, and as you close out your song, the room just sort of has fallen silent, and faces are just sort of looking at your direction, and you can see moisture in a lot of eyes, and there are 4 people who just, they have their faces in their hands and their heads are down, and you can sort of tell from the body language that they're just softly sobbing. They've been so moved by the music that you played.
You just basically went to a wake and played Old Danny Boy. Nice.
Something like that.
Perfect.
And after a beat, there's applause, and a couple of the few people step forward and they drop some more coins in the in your bowl, and you all get another 4 silver and 1 copper. So I think that brings the total to 1 gold, 7 silver, and 4 copper. So playing at the inn, 1 gold piece, 7 silver pieces, 4 copper pieces. All right. So after that, go ahead.
Yeah, after that, Galibar is going to, I guess, ask around to probably, since there's probably several people who are drunk in this bar, he is going to ask around to see if anybody wants to, participate in arm wrestling match or something like that to show tests of strength.
And there are a few people who are who've had a bit to drink, and there's a couple of folks who look like they're, they probably work a forge or do some other kind of heavy manual labor, so they're pretty thickly muscled and whatnot. But you tower over most of them. The folk here, about the tallest humans here, maybe are like 5'8" or 5'9", and so Galibar sort of stands a little bit taller, and he's kind of built like a professional wrestler, walking around in and among a bunch of professional soccer players. So it's like Galibar just has this big, huge upper body, and while these people here seem fit, because they do a lot of heavy work. They clearly are not muscled like that. And one of them says, "Oh, no, sir, I've got. No, what is the hell? Where is this other place? I've got too much work to do tomorrow to risk hurting myself, but I might say that across the way over at the helm, there might be some drunken fools that would take you up on that."
He chuckles, knowing that he could probably easily bench press half these people, seeing as he can lift almost over half a ton. And he goes, "Maybe I'll go check that out."
All right.
So as Galibar's looking for friends to play with, Zandri kind of gives Oyo a funny smile when he's coming back over, and she'll say as he sits down, "You really should play that more often, or at least play it where other people can hear you."
I do not play as much as I used to.
I know that feeling. I'm trying to get over it, but you should play more often, Oyo. Really.
We
All
should
right.
not linger too long in this town, Zandri. I think
I know.
we should be on our way in the morning, not
Well-
get bogged down in their own problems.
Well, I mean, if something happens to happen tonight, and she kind of gives him a look like, what are we going to do? Just ignore it?
I think we can investigate the tree for one night.
I mean, we don't have to ignore it, but we don't have to go out of our way to get involved.
Well, I feel, and she glances around to make sure no one's listening. And then if it looks like everything's clear, she says, "I would feel like a real sack of shit if we left and then we found out that something like another demon crack or something opened under this town. People here seem like they're good folks. It's always worth a little bit of effort wherever you go."
I'm sure there are good folk on every plane of existence, but we are here on a mission, and that should be our primary focus.
True enough.
And I guess Oyo's kind of in a somber / bad mood, and he'll just retire for the evening. Good night.
Good night. Play more often. You're good at it.
Okay, so after a time, I'm guessing most people
Adamant
make
went
their
out
way up to the room. Where did you go, Adamant?
You went out to the stables to see if they needed anything fixed or
Okay.
anything waiting to be built and so on and so forth.
Okay, so you come out, and when you step into the stables, you find the lad still sort of leaning on the fence, looking at Olerin appreciatively. And it's one of those things that you've noticed. Humans have similar looks for a lot of things, and it's kind of subtle. It's tough to pick up on, but you've been around a while and you're a pretty good judge of that. There are they will just sit for a long time and stare at something for many reasons. They might stare at, for instance, a rainbow or a mountain or a tree, just because there's sort of this sublime sense of, uh, awe at the splendor of nature. And they might look at an animal in the same way, just appreciating the majestic lines and musculature of a fine beast of the natural world. And they might stare at someone who is a rival or a foe, almost as though they are trying to study to see if maybe if they look at them long enough, they can find some weakness that they can use. And then if they feel romantically inclined toward another person, they might just sit there and stare at them for a long time as well.
We don't use the R word around Adamant anymore.
Well, yeah, this is sort of the internal monologue of the conversation that Adamant is having with the mystical voice of the universe about the reasons that people stare at something or someone else. So you get the feeling that this is one of those looks of like just appreciating the majesty of a really well-formed creature.
Good evening.
And he starts and he turns to you, and then he just sort of crouches and he like takes kind of an involuntary step back away from you, because clearly he's never seen anything like you. He says,
Just a guy in some armor.
Well, Adamant
I-
is more than that.
Oh, I know.
He's like, sir, may I help you? You have a horse that needs stabling?
No, I actually came to see if you need help. Do you need any repairs? Anything that was supposed to be built?
Oh, no, no, sir, no, sir. Mistress Natalia, she sees to everything, and I do my best to make sure all the tools stay in good repair. And if I need anything, the smith will help out. Smith keeps everything, but right at the moment, no, there's nothing. Now you do notice when you're in there. I'm going to give this to you without even having to roll for it. You do notice that conspicuously the latch that is supposed to hold the gate closed, where in the stall where Olerin is, that pin has been pulled out and is actually resting in a spot on the gate itself and is not actually holding the gate closed. So you do notice that.
No.
You're not there. Shh.
I'm assuming that she asked you to leave that unlocked.
Oh, the lady. Yes. She said he won't run. And she said I shouldn't pin him in.
Yes, he's a smart.
Ah,
He won't go anywhere.
okay. So then you know the lady.
Yes, we're traveling companions.
Ah. Well, she's different. No, I don't mean that in a bad way, but she's different than other ladies I've seen.
That she is. That she is.
So, if I might mind asking, sir, did you all come across the sea then? Oh, Pete, can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry. I said they're a little quiet. I apologize. He said he kind of goes, yes, we came across the sea. Really fast.
Ah, okay, all right. And there's more like you all where you come from?
Yeah.
Oh, I never knew there was so many different kinds of people in the world.
Oh, yes.
I don't know if the big scary man knows, but I saw him. He came in here. I was too afraid to talk to him.
Galibar is a giant pussycat. You have nothing to worry about from him. He's harmless.
Oh, well, all the same, I don't think I will tell him that.
You're so lucky he didn't hear that, or you might get a few new dents.
But no, everything's fine here.
Very well.
Have a good
Sure.
night, sir.
You sure?
Yeah,
Nothing at all.
yes.
You
Yes.
could just power play it, Adamant, and just power down right in front of him.
All right. He settles against the wall next to Oler and just kind of stops moving.
And he looks at you. He says, "Sir, sir, sir, are you okay?
I'm
Are you
fine.
okay?"
His eyes open. His eyes kind of light up again. Yes, I'm fine.
Oh,
I'm just going to rest right here, next to our furry friend.
oh. Okay. Can I bring you a blanket or anything?
It's not necessary. I'll be all right.
Okay. And he's got this. Clearly, he's extremely puzzled by what's going on, and his bafflement seems to grow when you just. I presume that for Adamant, when he powers down, he's still standing vertically.
Whatever position he's in, he just crosses his arms and shuts down. Looks like a cat.
You should totally go into the thinker pose.
I love it.
And he,
Next
time. you do that, and he takes a step back, and there's it's like 15 minutes where he hardly does anything except breathe. I mean, he barely even blinks. he's just not sure what he's seeing. And for the first moment in your dim perception, you almost think that the poor kid is going to turn blue until he remembers he has to breathe. And so then he does that. And then after a bit, he climbs back up on the little rail he was standing on before, and he leans over on the gate, and he looks into the stall where Olerin is, and he says, "Boy, you have some strange traveling companions, don't you?" And there's like this little wicker and nod from Olerin.
I would have laughed so freaking hard if Oberyn just said yes. He just spoke out loud and just said
Just
yes.
say
I
yes, and then no one will ever believe you.
do.
Now, the horse doesn't. Did we establish that the horse actually speak? It
He
telepathically
can't.
communicates with you.
Yeah, he can't actually speak. It would be
Right, okay, that's-
awesome, but
yeah,
he can't.
Yeah, because he doesn't get the extra intelligence. He just has the celestial template. Okay, all right. All right, but clearly he can understand what people are saying in the common tongue. All right, so we retire for the evening, and as we retire for the evening, I think that's a good spot for our break. So I am going to go ahead and put on a little bit of music. It's 20 after, so why don't we go ahead and come back at the bottom of the hour, and we will pick up with our first evening in Lambholt. And I'm going to go ahead and move the ribbon over here and put some music on. And then I will be back in 10 minutes stream. And thank you guys on the stream for hanging out with us today. All right.
Present.
Okay. Well, remind me again. I think with our current party, Adamant is outside in the stables, and so we have the other 4 in one of the suites. And when you get to the suite, like I said, there's one of the rooms that has 2 beds in it, another room that has a single bed in it, and then in that common area, there's actually kind of a very comfortable looking sofa that could be used for somebody to sleep on. So for those of you that actually need to lay down to sleep, there's enough room in one suite for all of you to have a place to lay down and sleep if you wish.
I'll take the couch. Why
Okay.
not?
All right. And Zandri, as a half elf, needs normal creature.
Yes,
Sleep.
Zandri needs normal sleep. She does not get trance.
Okay. Oyo is the only person in the party that gets the elf trance, and then Adamant gets the 6-hour charge down, right?
Yep. And I guess Oyo's bunking with Jerry.
Okay, so Oyo's in Oyo and Jerry have taken the room that has the 2 beds. Galibar's by himself in the room with the 1 bed, and then Zandri's in the shared common area on the couch. All right, got it. So, let me take a quick look here. All right, Oyo, do you trance at the beginning of the night, or do you generally stay up for the first part of the night and trance in the second part of the night?
Usually I'll trance earlier in the evening. Like,
Okay.
Yeah, it depends, really.
Okay. All right. Do any of you want to set up any kind of watches, or you're in an inn, you just want to sleep?
We've heard there's strange stuff going on at night, so I think Zandri will advocate for watches.
Okay.
Adamant's already outside keeping watch. Kinda.
Okay.
Adamant is currently holding the party's sending stone too, right? Like he's holding one of them and Zandri has the
Yes.
other.
Yes.
All right. Good. So if something goes down outside, he can just cast sending with it.
Okay.
I would want to do some kind of watch thing as well, because Joey wants to go for a walk.
A walk?
Yeah, and
Oh.
investigate that tree, you know?
Oh boy.
If Zandri sees him leaving, she'll probably sit up and Where are
Okay.
you going, Jerry?
I don't know if we're doing watches yet, because otherwise Joey would do it on his watch.
Well,
he's
I think
sneak out.
I think we should do watches. Yes.
Okay.
Definitely.
So who's taking first watch?
I'll go first since I'm out on the couch.
Okay. All right. Well, why don't you, Zandri, give me a perception check during your watch, and then we will get to you momentarily. Adamant 23. Oh,
She is on alert.
yeah. So everything quiets down. You can hear through the thin doors leading to the 2 sleeping chambers. You can hear from the one door the rather heavier snoring of Galibar, and from beyond the other door, you can hear the lighter snoring of Jerry. as they have fallen asleep. And then over the course of a few minutes, it's kind of subtle, but there's a deeper rumbling that you can feel. And
Feel.
so you then sort of sit up a little bit straighter, and you can definitely feel it through the soles of your feet. And it's like something is just ever so slightly vibrating the building. It would be like, trying to think what would make sense to somebody from Waterdeep. If you ever were in a place where there was like somebody was digging a foundation of a building adjacent to the building that you were in, and you know how, like, if there was a bunch of people smacking at the earth with pickaxes and stuff, there might be those like real subtle little vibrations that you would feel.
Yeah, Chris is right. The gladiator pits when the fans all stomp and cheer at once. But without the noise.
Yeah, exactly. That's very good, Galibar. Okay, if Chris, if Galibar doesn't have inspiration, go ahead and give yourself inspiration for that. So
Galibar does have inspiration still. So.
Okay, then who would you like to give inspiration to?
Does Zandri already have it?
No, she does not.
Then Zandri.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you.
Excellent. All right. So the you feel that. Let's flip the camera quickly out to the stables, and Adamant, you immediately, your awareness immediately kicks in, and your systems come back online as you feel the ground below you just ever so slightly trembling. And you can, because you're out there standing on the ground, you can hear this sound that sounds like it's coming up through the ground itself. And it's a sound that is like a groan of pain. Imagine your friend Aranax. If Aranax had like a dull aching pain, like the pain maybe of a kidney stone, and he were groaning from that kind of pain. But then imagine Aranax about 10 times his normal size, and the register that would be on. And that's sort of the tone that you get. It's like a really deep rumbling sound just on the edge of being a sound itself. And it seems like it's coming from below the ground.
You gonna try to pinpoint it a little better?
Pardon?
He's gonna try to pinpoint it a little better.
Oh, okay. All right. So you can go, and you notice that the stable boy has fallen asleep, and he seems to be tossing a little bit in his a little bit restless in his sleep. He's sleeping on a couple of bales of hay that he has shoved together He's got a blanket laid out across him and a thin blanket over him.
He gives him a nudge.
Oh, you try to wake him up?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, yes, sir.
You need to
What?
go inside.
What?
Something's happening. You need to go inside.
And then he gets a look, and then his eyes go a little bit wider, and he says, "Oh, yes, sir." And then he looks at the stall where Olerin is, and he says, "Be good, boy. Do what your lady would want." And then he trots off and he runs towards the inn. Okay, so you can go out of the inn, and let me bring our map back over to the village. And so you're going to come out this door here. And then I'm going to use the arrows to show kind of, or you can use the arrow, show me where you want to go.
Now, where's the sound seem like it's coming from strongest?
Oh, okay. Well, as you start to triangulate, you realize, yes, as you more or less move in the direction of the tree, the sound does seem to be getting stronger. And okay.
Tell Zandri that the sound is coming from the tree. And then he's going to start walking that way.
Yeah, point of interest, DM. As soon as Zandria realizes there's something going on, she would have been asking Olerin if he's okay. So,
okay,
the
Yeah.
handy dandy telecommunicator.
Yeah, Olerin will respond. Strange ground. And then there's a few moments later, there's a clearer message. Adamant says whatever it was that Adamant wanted you to know. So he relays the message from Adamant. That the sound seems to be coming from the tree.
Zandri will get up and grab Godsend.
Okay.
And she's going to look over at Oyohusa and Jerry's door. And after a long moment, she's going to shake her head and she's going to go into Galibar's room and kind of gently shake his shoulder and put a hand over his mouth. And with the other hand, lift a finger to her lips, like, shh.
Okay. And I guess, meanwhile, if we're following by the rules, meanwhile, Oyo, you would have sort of, even in your trance, you would have sort of sensed this vibration as well. And if you put your feet on the floor, you would kind of get the same sensation Zandri did, that something was coming from the ground below the inn, or whatever the source of this was. Now, you guys can't hear the groaning because you're up on the third floor, basically, but you can feel the vibrations of whatever's causing that groaning. So I'll leave it up to Oyo whether he wants to wake Jerry. It sounds like Zandri is going to wake Galibar. So let's go back to Zandri. You're going to shake Galibar awake?
Yeah, gently, and making
Okay.
it very clear he should not make any loud noises.
Galibar will calmly get up. Is there a window in my room?
Yeah. Yeah, we'll say there is. None of the rooms look back toward the stable. They look either north or south along the street. And the stable is like to the east behind the inn.
Okay.
If he's gonna fly out that window, she's gonna grab around his shoulders and go with him.
Well, yeah, he was going to ask if she would want a ride out, because obviously,
Yeah.
He will open the window, and as soon as Zandri is on his back or something, he will activate his winged boots and fly out.
Piggyback!
Yep. Okay, so just like a kid getting a piggyback ride on Dad's shoulders, Zandri clambers up onto Galibar's shoulders, and the window's large enough, and the shutters open up, and between the two of you ducking, you can get out, and there's it's like a little false balcony. It's not an actual balcony, but it's like a little ledge that has a balcony thing on it. And so, whoop, off you go. And you guys can fly. You guys can fly over. We'll say you come out. Whoops. Didn't have the right tool selected. You guys can fly out here. And then come along over here. All right, and then kind of make your way down this way. All right, so.
Yeah, I'll reach the tree before they get to the stable, it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, before we go back outside, Oyo, what are you doing?
Let's see. So we heard about this. It's kind of a normal occurrence. I don't think Oyo would have heard Zandri and Galibar moving around and going outside. Right?
Nope.
Point
of interest also, Zandri is not wearing her armor right now.
Okay. You probably, with Oyo being Oyo and having his perception, you probably would have heard the shutters being opened in Galibar's room. You would have known that was happening. But they were being quiet and they weren't talking, so you wouldn't have heard anything. But you at least guess that they opened the window.
Oyo will be like, psst. Jerry, are you awake?
Huh? Is it my watch? What are we doing?
No. Do you sense what I'm sensing?
Ash, you're cutting out.
I should point out what.
Yeah, Ash, you were cutting out a little bit.
Oh, all right, sorry. I think, I can sense a really big draft, but apart from that.
Put your feet on the floor.
Jerry gets out of bed and is like,
yeah, as soon as you do and Oyo has drawn your attention to it, you can feel that the building is vibrating in the way that it would if the ground underneath the building were vibrating as well.
yes, this is the weird sounds that we're talking about.
Yes, clearly. But do you want to do anything about it?
Well, I was gonna take a walk and have a look on my watch. Anyway.
All right, fine. Put your shoes on. Let's go.
Put shoes on.
Okay. So, all right, everybody is making their way out. Okay, Adamant, you will be probably the first on the scene. So when you get Adamant about here, where I am pinging, I would like for you to make me a dexterity save, please.
Oh, gotta be my worst one, doesn't it?
Okay. Well, that's not quite good enough. As you are walking towards the big tree, you're a little startled as almost right underneath your feet, the ground starts to give way.
Oh no!
And a sinkhole opens.
Oh
And you fall down,
no!
down, down
There he went. Oop.
into a
Oh,
deep.
He's gonna pull out one of his immovable rods, kick it in the air, and push the button while holding on to it.
Okay, all right. So he does that, and give me another dexterity save, and this one is to see how quickly you do, to see if you
How far down I go?
how far down you go. And if you get it within the first 10 feet, you won't take any damage.
Oh,
I
nice.
did 19.
Nice.
A 19, that's good. Okay, yeah. It's like these lightning reflexes, like whoa, and kind of by the time Adamant gets his arm fully extended above him and clicks the little button to lock in the bar, he's only dropped so that the bar is hanging about where his head was before the ground gave way underneath him. And so now you secure yourself and you're hanging there.
He pulls out another one and starts ladder climbing his way out.
And okay, are you going to do that, or are you going to look down and see what's below you?
He's going to look down, but he's going to be ready to do that, yeah.
Okay. The sinkhole appears to be, it's probably a natural sinkhole, probably in an area where the ground was a little weak, but it has been probably triggered by whatever is going on, and you can hear down below, you can hear this sound, and it's 3 separate sounds that reach Adamant's ears. The first sound is this low, extremely guttural noise. It might be a creature, or it might be a machine of some kind, or it's hard to tell really what it is. And that sound goes and it pauses, and then responding to this sound is a chorus of voices. And it's clearly voices, and they chant something in a language that you are not familiar with. And at the very end of the chant, it's punctuated by a scream of a single voice. A voice like someone that is having something extremely painful and horrible done to them. And then the cycle continues. That first either mechanical or creature voice comes, and then the chant follows, and at the end of the chant, this scream, which sounds like a single voice.
Changing plans, he starts ladder climbing his way down.
Okay.
Oh boy. I really should have had Zandri take 10 minutes to put her armor on.
Okay, so Galibar and Zandri, you all will be next on the scene as you fly out there. You both have dark vision, right? Because half
Yeah.
orcs and
Yes.
half elves. Okay. So as you get there, you see where the ground has opened up. And I'll say that as you're kind of flying, probably not terribly high, maybe like 20 feet off the ground or so, because he probably just went straight out the window and didn't go up or down from that. He just kept at that same level.
He would have flown like to where he could beeline it to the tree with a stable. So at least high enough to fly.
Oh, okay. So high enough to clear the stable. Okay, so maybe 30 feet up. So I'll say that by the time you get there, you can sort of see this sinkhole has opened, and you can see Adamant's arms holding on to these bars, and it's weird because he operates one of the rods and pulls it down, and then he does the other one, and he appears to be descending instead of climbing up. So
Whoa, Adamant, where are you going?
Down.
And I'm presuming we hear the noises too.
as you get closer, you can then hear that same series of noises. The low kind of grumbling sound, followed by the chorus of voices, followed by the scream. Can the three of you tell me what languages you have between you?
Common, Elvish, Undercommon, Celestial.
I have Common and Dwarvish.
I have Common, Draconic, Dwarvish, and Orc.
Okay, yeah. It's the language is not anything that any of you recognize. And so you head down there. We'll leave you guys kind of doing that. Oyo and Jerry, as you all come out and you hustle, the quickest way, I guess as you come down, you will see that the stable boy is inside. He's down in the darkened common room, and he sees you, and he says, "Sir, are you with the metal man?"
Yes. You need to let us outside, please.
Oh, yes. He went out to the tree. He told me I should come in here. Something is wrong out there.
Yeah, we gathered that. So can you let us outside, please?
Oh, and he just points you to the kitchen, and you can see there's a door leading outside at the back of the kitchen. Apparently it's not locked.
Oh.
So he's just kind of pointing, and has this look that's halfway between sleepy and frightened and confused about what's going on.
Jerry will pitter patter over there. I guess it'd be quite quick because it'd be pretty obvious that Zandri and Galibar have gone, because Zandri wouldn't be in the main suite on the couch.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
probably
No
check for
Zandri.
Galibar, and then you probably see the window is open.
I'm just gonna guess that when Zandri went into Galibar's room, she left that door open. So as you all are in that common area, you would look and see Galibar's door open, and on the other side of the room, you would see the window open, the shutters open. So yeah, it's like, okay, they're gone, but why did they leave the window open? Oh well, whatever. So.
Jerry, do you want to get muddy or?
I don't mind getting ready. I can easily
Alright.
clean my outfit.
Oyo and Jerry try to track him down.
Okay, so you run through the stable. You can see that Olerin has the gate to his stall open, but he's standing like halfway out the stall, and he looks in your direction, and then he kind of wickers, and he does that sort of nod thing that horses will do, like to say that yes, there you go, keep going. So you all head out, and as you run over towards the tree, elves have the dark vision. Jerry, do the halflings have that dark vision or not?
Jerry
don't
has
think they
dark
do.
vision.
Oh, he does. Okay, all right.
Yeah, Jerry has like the drow level of dark vision as well.
Oh, okay. All right. So, yeah, as you all get closer, you can see the sinkhole has opened up. Probably by the time you get there, everybody has disappeared down into the sinkhole. But as you get closer, you can hear the same three sets of noises: the deep rumbling, followed by the chorus, followed by this sound of somebody having something very unpleasant done to them. And you all
Interesting. Does it sound like anything that Oyo understands?
What languages does Oyo have?
He speaks Thieves' Cant, Elvish, Common, and Abyssal.
Ah. Oyo can hear the sound, or can understand what is being said. The grumbling sound is a bit distorted and hard to make out, but after you hear it a couple of times, you realize that first deeper voice is saying, raise the blade, cut the heart, draw the blood, free the soul. And then the chorus is saying, sweet, sweet screams, give us the sweetness of the screams, the sound of the blood in our ears, the sound of the cracking of the bones. And then the voice that's in pain is just screaming wordlessly.
Jerry, get on my back. You're not going to
Okay.
like this.
Yes, Mr. Mrs. Jerry trusts you.
They're having a cultist sacrifice down there.
Yay.
Or whatever. There is something speaking Abyssal. And any time you hear Abyssal, it is not good, my friend. And Oyo help secure on top of Oyo's shoulders, and he'll activate wing boots, and he'll just kind of like drop in the hole. Just kind of like 1, 2, 3, drop.
We're all in the
And
hole.
then
Okay, so I need to whoops.
Adamant then cast light on his shield at this point.
Yep. Well, I'm going to reveal this, and I am going to move our. Okay, there we go. Move our tokens, and you all are here. There is a pile of rubble in the center of this space, which appears to be covering. You can see like the edges of what looks like a teleportation circle or something. And in this area, you can tell that there is a passage leading to the north, and there is a very heavy stone door that is almost completely closed that is to the east, over here. And yeah, you guys can go ahead and bring your tokens onto the map if you wish, from your journals.
For some reason, my token reverted back to before we.
Okay.
It stashes the movable rods.
Okay. That may be because I have to go back and take a look. Here we go. Now, this, let me edit this token. I think the reason that happened, Chris, is that I didn't update your token on your character sheet, but I'm going to do that right now. So that you can, so don't move anything. Let me just go to the journal, or go to the journal, go to Galibar, edit Galibar, and then use the selected token. Save the changes. Okay. And 18. All right. And then let me do this. Whoops. Got that. Got that. And we got that. All right. Okay. Now, Gallipar or Chris, you should be able to move that token around. I think it's.
I can't.
You can't. Oh. No, you can't, because I forgot forgot the most important thing, which was this. Now you should be able to move it. Excellent. Okay. So the sound appears to be coming from beyond the nearly closed door to the east. And it's much louder now that you're here, where the sound is kind of echoing through caverns.
It's a cacophony.
Zandri's gonna reach up and tap her chest and cast Shield of Faith, and then she's gonna, kind of avoiding looking over at Oyo, go over to the door like she's gonna open it.
Okay, so what does that make Zandri's AC right now? She doesn't have her armor.
Yeah, she does not have her armor. Shield of Faith adds a +2 without her armor, but with Godsend, she has a 15. So right now she's at 7.
17.
Perhaps since you are unarmored, I should go in front.
Zandri, what are you doing in your nightgown?
It's not a gown. She wears loose, like, harem pants and a tank top. But
Well, that's what I meant, like her nightwear.
She's in her jammies.
Looking at the rest of the party who either doesn't have armor or is built into their body.
Yep, Zandri just ignores him.
Zandri, I will take the lead since you are.
Well, just open the door. There's someone screaming.
I'm
Hold on a
opening.
second. Be calm. Do not be rash. First of all, we should do something about this teleportal circle.
Right now, there's several tons of rock and dirt that have fallen on it. It would take you guys estimate that unless you had some kind of powerful magic, it would take you several hours to move it out of the way. You can
So it's
probably
not
deal with that
operational.
way. Nope.
Okay, good. Adamant, let me go ahead, please.
Well, I
This is
have a
what I do.
giant light on my arm. I don't know how much stuff you're going to have.
Well, Oyo has dark vision.
Adamant is referring to the fact that light casts light so that everybody can see it. So if it's dark on the other side of the door, it's going to be like opening a spotlight.
Yeah. Well, if Adamant is a pretty crafty character, so I'll figure that he has figured out how to cast that in such a way that if he needs to, he can just cover it over.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
he can do whatever he needs to so he doesn't mess up the dark vision of his companions that have it.
And Oyo is just trying to remind Adamant that this is kind of his thing, you know. This is why you keep me around.
Well, do you have a problem with him casting light on his eyes? So like a lid, kind of like a hooded lantern kind of thing going.
Okay. Let me just. I think we decided this before, but I just want to double check the spells one more time. I think we decided that light itself is not bright enough to blind somebody. Daylight may be bright enough to blind somebody.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, so let's just...
Unless you have sunlight sensitivity.
Use light or whatever you want, but let me go ahead about 30 feet or so and scout out the area. And Oyo dips into the darkness.
Okay, all right. Now, I am... Okay. You get there, and you can see, by the time you get there, I'm going to reveal what you can see in 3 directions. There's partly open doors to the right and the left. Off to the right, you see it goes, and it makes a little bit of a jog, so your vision is a bit obscured around the way that curviness. And then the other way, it goes straight for a while and then turns a corner, and you can't see beyond that. And ahead of you, there's a let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Ahead of you, there's like a graded floor.
Oh, that looks odd.
Great. Did you say?
Yeah, great.
He moves a little closer and he notices, and first of all, he's going to put his hand on the floor. He's going to kneel down, and he's going to try to determine which direction all the voices are coming from and see if he can feel through vibration and hearing.
Okay. Well, using these 2 doors here as baffles and kind of being able to like poke your head in one tunnel, poke your head in the other tunnel, poke your head in the third tunnel, you can tell that the source of the sound seems loudest coming from straight ahead. Whatever is happening ahead of you. And let's see this guy here. Right, I need to know something about this fella. Whoops, wrong way. Does he have Okay, he does not apparently have that. All right. Okay, so yeah, you can tell that the sound is coming from this direction as opposed to coming from as opposed to coming from here or coming from over here.
I'm gonna immediately start looking for traps as I make my way down this corridor.
Okay, give me a see, I think it's a perception to see if you can find traps, and then investigation to see if you can figure out. No, sleight of hand is sleight of hand is disarming them. But yeah, give me a perception check if you haven't done so already.
There you go.
Oh, very nice. Yeah. Basically. Okay, interesting. Okay, basically, you notice, looking around, you notice that there's a series of traps. And the traps do not appear to be on the floor, but the traps actually appear to be cleverly concealed in the ceiling. It looks like suspended above the ceiling here, there are a series of iron cages that do not have a floor on them. The grating on the ground appears to be like the what's supposed to make the floor of the cage, and there's not a direct mechanism you can find on the grate, but it does the underfloor below the grate does look a little suspicious. So it looks like the way this trap is supposed to work is that the cage is supposed to fall down on somebody and trap them, and then probably something is supposed to happen underneath them once they're trapped in place. And with your 26, you can see that at least the first 4 of these all are set up in that way, and likely the rest of them, but it's just the angle is you can't quite see enough to figure that out for sure. But
I'd
that's
like
your
to
suspicion.
disarm them if I can.
Yeah, okay. So go ahead and make a sleight of hand check on the first one and see if you can disarm it.
So with thieves' tools, right?
Yeah.
I don't
So
know why it's not letting me. I should be able to just click on thieves' tools and
On the, are you doing from the D&D Beyond sheet?
yeah.
You gotta go into your equipment and click on it from there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Both of those character sheets work a little bit differently.
It didn't roll. What the?
All right, hold on a second. I've had to do this before.
Interesting. Customize.
No, I don't think that's it. It's okay. Let's see. If I go to my collections, my campaigns, I pull up Walker of Waterdeep. I'm going to open Oyohusa.
Actions is under actions.
And then I will. Okay. Now the question is going to be whether you have those equipped.
Yeah.
You do not have the thieves' tools equipped.
Oh, I just need to equip them. Okay.
If you can equip them, because then you see how there's like the little. Did that work?
No.
No, it's not. It's not letting me have an option to equip.
Sure. We have one.
Might be faster to just type out the roll manually.
So
I
let's
had
just.
figured this out at one point. I'll
Do
figure
you
it
have
out.
proficiency with sleight of hand?
Yes.
It's the same roll,
Yeah, it's gonna be the same roll.
unless you have expertise in one of them.
I have expertise in sleight of hand, I think, in perception. Whoops! What happened?
Because you could just disarm them with sleight of hand.
I accidentally exited the game. Coming back in. I don't know what I
Nope.
rolled.
It didn't roll anything.
Sorry for the delay.
This is the fun of watching a live session, folks on the chat. Thank you for your patience. Please keep your arms and legs inside the car at all times.
I had figured this out because I had another character who was using thieves' tools. Couldn't do
Yeah. Yeah, I figured I should be able to just click on it and boom, but that's our.
Okay. Beyond these tools.
You can just click sleight of hand.
23. Okay. Yeah. You you are able to get this first one here disarmed. And so then do you step forward towards the next one?
I guess yeah. I mean, I have my wing boots activated, so I'm not actually putting any pressure down on the floor there. But yeah, I'm gonna move on to.
Okay. All right, and give me another sleight of hand check. Okay, that's good. Whoops, hold on. Stay back until I clear that. Thank you. All right. Okay, now you can move ahead. And as you do, you then see, or you hear, and see that something happens. Okay, you see that in. Whoops. No, that's not what I wanted. You see. Oh, come on, you damn stupid thing. Piece of.
Flippin', rippin', dang, fang, rotten, zark, bargaining, dong.
Okay. Here, here, and here. So in the 3 squares ahead of you, cages fall, and they are heavy, large iron cages. They fall onto the ground, and with 3 resounding clangs, and immediately you hear a click beyond in kind of the darkness, and actually you've moved ahead 2 more squares, so I'm gonna do this, 2 more squares. Ahead beyond where your vision can be, you hear a click ahead as if there's kind of a heavy door that closes. And there's like 5 or 6 seconds go by, and then all of that series of the noises that you've been hearing stops altogether. The chanting stops, the screaming stops, and whatever the low droning noise also stops.
You done goofed.
How did I goof? Did I fail?
You clearly set off the traps without getting trapped. It's just
Wait. So me disarming the first 2 set off the other 3?
Well, something set off the other 3. All you know is what happened while you were there. You don't know what has happened elsewhere. And your you disarmed the trap that keeps you disarm the trap in such a way that would prevent the cage above you from falling. And perhaps there's something related to the cage falling before anything happens below it. But in those 3 spaces ahead where the iron cage falls, you notice nothing happens underneath. So that false floor, if it is indeed a false floor below, nothing has happened with that. It's still just a grate above a false floor.
Okay, well, this whole area is blocked off, I guess. So we got to go somewhere else. Oyo comes back. There were a lot of trapped cages ahead, mechanisms to enslave things or persons. I don't know, but we cannot go that way. So it's
Well,
either left or right.
or both.
When in doubt, go left.
I'm gonna. Gally, this chanting and the screaming, it sounded pretty evil, right?
Oh, well, yeah, it had a menacing sound to it. Now, as far as I know, nobody has asked Oyohusa what he heard. So unless he volunteers it, nobody else would know what was actually being said.
If it sounds really, really evil, Zandri's gonna take a chance and just kind of reach back and grab the hilt of Godsend and see if she can get a sense of which way they're supposed to go.
Okay. Can you remind me, if you will, how
mechanically Godsend functions as a weapon of warning, and I'm just wondering if I can tweak that to give us some sort of clue. It's fine if not. It's her trying to feel her way around.
Yeah, I'm more worried about the range. So let me look at weapon of warning real quick. So that's why I do these things when I make these special items, is so that I can figure 30 feet of you. Okay. Yeah, let me. Oh yeah. That's. Yeah. Okay. Godsend is not really giving you an indication.
Okay, it was a shot.
Okay, Oyo, are you going to tell them anything about whether you heard the sound loudest coming from ahead or to the right or left?
Zandri, I can tell that you're cautious and nervous. The sounds you are hearing, I don't know if you speak the language, but it is of Abyssal. And I do not know what's going on, but it seems either there is a real sacrifice taking place straight ahead of us, which we can no longer go. Or it's a decoy.
First of all, she doesn't look nervous. She looks angry and impatient. And second, as soon as you say that there's an actual sacrifice going on, she's gonna just pick a direction and go. So, which direction do we want to go? And I'll have her go that way.
When in doubt, go left.
All right. If the party wants to go left, we'll have her go.
Before, like, as he says, it's like abyssal, and there could be a real sacrifice going on. Galibar is going to attempt to do something, and he is going to take his adamantine axe that does double damage to objects and try to break this cage.
Oh dear.
Oh, that'll make a lot of noise.
Okay. All right. So go ahead and have a whack at the... Oh, you already did have a whack at it. Yeah, 15 is going to be enough. 16 damage.
Because adamant.
Yeah, 32 damage. You break a couple of bars, but you can tell when your axe slices into this thing, this cage is very heavy. Each of these cages itself is probably somewhere between 500 and 700 pounds of iron, even though it's a cage. It's a very heavy gauge iron, and it's 5 foot by 5 foot, 10 feet tall, with a steel barred top across it and a chain that it is suspended from when it crashes down to the floor.
So we ain't smashing through that. Let's get going. We got a life to save.
I could easily just pull it from the wall, but I'm not.
Zandri, don't be hasty. There's clearly traps in this area.
We're going. You can get to the front and check for traps or not, but we're going. Or at least...
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so Zandri, you have dark vision, so you can see to about there. And this thing, the corridor, then makes a sharp turn to your right.
All right.
So, Adamant has cast light on his left eye.
Okay.
Working like a shutter.
Okay. All right. What is your... How far is your dark vision, Zandri? Is it 60 feet?
60
or is
feet.
It... Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, just to be clear, Ken, Oyo's free to go in front if he wants, but Zandri's not gonna... This is emergency situation.
Okay, as far as your dark vision goes, it appears to open up into a room or a chamber of some type ahead.
She'll look back around the corner and kind of mime with her hands a room and point, and then she'll keep going.
Okay. As you get to this room here, you see kind of a grisly sight. Oops, I'm going to... somebody did something. Thank you, guys. There's kind of a grisly sight. There are some corpses that have been dead for some time, a few days at least, and they all have symbols cut into the flesh of their foreheads. These are all humans. And of course, they're pale in death, don't have the same color as they would in life. But the kind of the set of their nose and the general shape of their face indicates they're probably people that are from Kessig. And Yeah, it's kind of a ritual symbol has been cut into the flesh of their foreheads. And there are some rats, just normal sized rats that are just kind of chewing on, like toes and fingers and stuff like that.
Zandri's going to give the first one of those that she sees one hell of a kick.
Okay. Yeah, it's just normal rats, so we're not even going to bother with you guys kick it or smash it your level, you kill it easily.
Mhm.
All right.
She did say they were having trouble with rats.
Okay. And then ahead of you, the corridor turns again.
I'm checking for traps as we go down these corridors.
Okay. So far, you haven't found any. I'll tell you if you fall into anything. As you get here, another chamber is open, and you see more of the same. There are more bodies here being gnawed on by rats. And Oyo, by the time you're getting here, no, okay, you're not, because, all right, you're not, and that's the reason why. Okay. So there's a chamber or a passage that kind of goes off from the corner in the southeast. And that leads to yet another place where the corridor seems to turn. Okay, and as you get about here, you notice that it goes ahead and there's a stone door banded with iron that is closed. And about it, the door is 5 feet wide, fills up the entire corridor, and about 5 feet off the ground. These corridors are maybe 10 feet tall, and they're cut out of stone. About halfway up the door, there is a flap of metal that, there's actually a rectangle cut out of the stone, and behind that rectangle is a flap of metal, and that rectangle is about 2 inches tall and about 9 inches wide, and as you get close enough to the door, you can see that this door is about 6 inches thick of solid stone. And then it has metal banding on it in a couple of places. And there is a plate with a locking mechanism on it.
Gentlemen,
Oyo
stare
turns
down this
around.
wall.
Stay here, please. And Oyo will slowly make his way up.
Okay.
Well, looking for traps.
Okay, go
It's up
ahead.
to this door. So it's not locked from the other side. There's a locking mechanism on this side.
Well, there's a place on this side where you could put a key. There's also no handle on this side. It's just like a, like where you've seen sometimes like in maintenance closets or something where they don't have a handle on the door, but they just have a place where the facilities people would put the key in and open it. That's
Okay.
kind of like how this is done.
Oyo's going to put his ear on the door. Does he hear anything from the other side?
It's quiet. Quiet as a tomb.
What about if he looks through the locking mechanism? Can he see anything?
No.
Does he feel? He looks around. Does he think there's any traps or anything associated to this key lock hole?
Give me a perception check on the lock. Doesn't seem like it.
All right, I'll attempt to unlock this door.
Okay. Go ahead. I think that's the same thieves' tools check you did before. Oh yeah. You get your tools in there. You work them around and snick. And when it opens, there's kind of a little bit of a release. The bolt has been pulled back, and kind of the way you look, and it looks like the door pushes. From this side, you could push it open.
I'll slowly push it part way.
Okay. You
Does
push
anything
it.
happen?
Well, it opens. And beyond,
It's beyond.
you see a chamber. And in this chamber, there is a statue. And this statue is a statue of an angel. And the angel stands, and in one hand is holding the hilt of a sword, and it's a stone sword, so clearly the sword was carved as part of the statue. But about a foot up from the hilt, the blade is broken off. And in the other hand, the angel is holding the what was once obviously a carved shield. There's actually, you can see, I guess on the left hand, which would be holding the shield, the hand is gone, and the arm ends maybe, judging by the size of the other arm, the arm ends maybe like 2 or 3 inches before where the hand would be, and you can see one of the carved straps of a shield that was on that arm, and you can see part of that shield, but that shield has been broken too, broken away. So this angel is just standing, and it's facing the east. No, the west. It's facing this way. Yes.
Oyo looks behind him, and he kind of like puts a finger up to his mouth, and he signals that up to his eyes, and he slowly pushes the door all the way open so the rest of the party can see what he's seeing.
Okay. Yeah. And you guys clearly, you're not from this plane, so you can tell it's an angel, but you have no references to tell what angel this is. This might be this Avacyn that everybody talks about. It might be a different angel. Who knows?
Oyo's going to slowly go in while he's looking for traps in this room.
Okay. All right. Oyo, you don't find any traps, but you do notice something. The ground here is mostly stone, but there is, as in any case where things don't get cleaned a lot, there's kind of a buildup of dust. And so there are some tracks that look like they head to the east here, to this door. And there's also there's at least one set of footprints that appears to have walked into this room and then turned around and walked back out, that has left bloody footprints.
Wait, out of which side? The west or the east?
Yeah, it came out of here, out of the east, and then it turned around and it went back to the east.
Okay. So I'll go over to this door. Is it unlocked?
Nope. It appears to be locked as well.
All right.
Same as the door you came through on the side.
I will check this door for traps with my thieves tool.
Okay. And nothing. Doesn't appear to be any traps. And you want to use sleight of hand to try to open it? Okay. Easily done. Now that you've unlocked 2 of these, you get advantage on any more that you may find.
Okay.
Because now you kind of figure out how they work, and they appear to operate the same.
I'll slowly open the door slightly.
It is a short corridor. You see those bloody footprints heading, that came through that way and they went back that way. And there's yet another one of these stone doors at the end of the corridor.
All right. I'll go over there and check the door for traps. Unlock the door if it's locked.
Okay. Oh, okay. Well, you, there of course are no traps, but let's see. There are no traps. Whoops. That you can find, and you're able to you're able to get that. Oh, come on. Sound effects. There you go. All right, that's just being dumb. Okay. Never mind. Okay. This is not working the way it's supposed to. They changed.
Does something happen?
Yes, the door opens. Door opens, and we reveal the following. Okay. I will just say that you're seeing about like here. The door opens, and you see a chamber that has a number of large boulders in it. Actually, why am I doing that? Because they would have light in here.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I'm just slowly peeking this door open. It's not like I'm like,
Yeah.
hey, boys, I'm home.
Yeah. Okay. So, what you see is there are a total of 6 freshly slain corpses in this room. 2 on the south wall, 2 on the north wall, and 2 on the west wall the east wall at the far side of the room. Standing more or less between the 2 corpses on the east wall is a BFD, otherwise known as a big frickin' demon. It has 2 large horns coming up off of its head. It's got 2 bat-like wings, and it is holding a golden chalice up, and dripping down off the edge of the chalice is what looks like human blood. Now, also in here, there are several other humans. There are a total of 1, 2, 3 who look like they are carrying bloody daggers, and they're sort of eyeing these daggers with kind of a gleam, and they're sort of looking at the door where you all are, with sort of this smile, like, "Oh, more fresh meat." That's kind of the expression on their face.
Boy.
And then several others that appear to be kind of taking more defensive postures.
Wait, they know I'm there?
They know somebody for sure. They've been waiting.
Yeah. They may not know that you are there. What did you give me a... Okay, the 16 was a sleight of hand for opening the door. Okay, so let me just verify what these guys' passives are. 16's pretty good. I think you probably beat most of their passives with that. Passive is that. Passive.
Hopefully they don't notice. Because Oyo has to turn around and explain what the fuck you see.
Yeah. What the hell is his passive perception? Oh, yeah, he doesn't notice. And then he doesn't notice. And then... Oh, come on. Nope.
Okay.
16 is good enough to beat all of their passives.
Well, no, it was with advantage, so I had an 18. But yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oyo's gonna slowly close that door, barely, just enough. And he's gonna turn around and he's gonna move.
Oh, wait
up.
a minute. I take that back. One of them does have a passive of 19.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
From that far away, though?
Well,
maybe.
there's light. He's looking at the door. He would be able to see that.
He was expecting us.
That impercept, or that barely, that really slow movement of the door. He would be able to tell that.
Okay.
And
well, Oyo doesn't know that, so Oyo turns around and he's gonna be. I mean, whatever they want to do, that's fine. Maybe Oyo doesn't have time to say anything. Something happens, but he's going to attempt to explain the situation.
Okay, so here's what happens. Oyo does that. He turns around to start to try to tell the party something, and instead of hearing Oyo's voice, you all hear this very powerful voice. And it says, "Come, join us, friends. Let us have the feast." And if you had to guess, Oyo, that voice is probably coming from that big demon thing at the back of the room.
Okay.
But all of you can hear it. Jerry, even you, way back over there, this voice carries through here and echoes through this chamber. It's a very powerful voice. It's not like deafening, loud, hurt your ears, but it's a voice that carries.
Is that automatic initiative, or can I try to talk to him? Since I know Abyssal?
So far, all you all have heard is the voice. You can do what you wish.
Oh. Okay, guys. There's a big fucking demon in that room.
Zandri just kind of grips God's hand and starts to walk forward.
And a bunch of other things.
I have I have something I might be able to do to narrow things down a bit.
Indeed, I do know Abyssal. I can try to talk to them.
Why
But
talk?
to give us time to prepare maybe some spells or something.
Oh, I've already got what I've been itching to use. It's been burning deep within me.
You should really get that checked out.
I would like I would like to learn something from these cultists if I can before we go straight into combat.
Are there
Okay.
any prisoners alive in there?
I cannot tell. I could not open the door all the way.
Then we really shouldn't dawdle. Did you hear them screaming?
Zandri, we must find out who our enemies are. This may not be the first time or the last time we deal with these cultists. Know your enemy. And Oyo kind of like just nonchalantly opens the door. And he says in Abyssal, "Oh, my friends, it seems I'm late to the party."
And
He was frustrated.
and as you get in there more fully, I will tell you, Oyo, clearly all 6 of these figures laying on the ground, they are clearly dead, freshly dead. In some cases, the pool of blood is still kind of expanding out underneath them.
Motherfuckers.
And they, from what little you can tell, the detail from being as far away as you are, they were killed slowly and painfully.
Hey,
Uh,
were there two
point-
more
point
of
of-
these guys?
I can
Eh.
barely see what this is. What the hell is this?
It's a thing.
Oh, that's a person.
Oh,
Uh,
okay.
Yeah, DM, as soon as Oyo walks into that room, Zandri calls Olerin and asks him to try to get down here.
That's a long
in the
fall.
background.
I mean,
Well, how big a fall was it?
I would try-
It's about 30 feet.
Hmm.
Now, Zandri
No, never mind.
can always dismiss and then summon.
No, I can't. I looked into it. I read the rules. It always takes 10
Oh.
minutes and it always takes a spell slot.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Well,
Hey,
So we'll
Gally?
scrap that. Please continue. Oyo's walking into certain death.
Gally,
Okay.
wasn't there a guy up here?
there was a guy up there, but you guys were supposed to fight him separately, and I think that
okay.
having an extra opponent in here might not go as well as it could, but so
Wait, back up.
perhaps there will be somebody there, but we'll see how you guys do with this
Gotta-
fight.
One more square. I don't think they're gonna let you get past that guy.
Hey, Oyo's talking.
You're
In a missile
standing
right
on a
now.
guy. You're standing on a guy.
No. Oyo's not standing on a guy.
Yeah, you are. This guy right there.
That is Oyo. That's Oyo.
No, there's this flare right underneath Oyo.
Wait, okay. Well, I'm gonna move Oyo's token. No, I don't see anything on that.
I
Refresh
see
your
one
screen.
here.
I don't see
There is a guy here. There's a guy here. There's a guy here. There's a guy
Hold on.
here.
There's
There's a guy here. Okay.
So anyway, Oyo's opens the door and nonchalantly is like, in Abyssal, "Sorry, my friends, it seems I'm late to the party."
And the demon at the back says, "No, you are just in time to be the second course."
Does he say that in
And-
common?
Yes, it does. So now we will go ahead and we will let everybody roll initiative. So, what these guys get? If you can, try to click on your token before you roll, and we'll see if Roll20 obeys for you guys and does what it's supposed to.
How the hell do you have a plus 19 to initiative?
I don't. I roll initiative with advantage.
Yeah,
So I got a natural 1 and a 19.
It does initiative rolls look weird on a.
I don't understand why I gave you a 21.14 on a critical fail.
No, I roll with advantage, Oyo.
If you hover over it, you'll see.
There's a 1, and then there's a 19.
Yeah,
that's 2 rolls.
Oh yeah,
and the reason it shows up red is because one of her rolls was a natural one.
Yeah.
So that's like you were saying. It does weird crap with those things. Okay, so.
Well, for being some crazy ass cultist, they don't talk. They don't like to talk. Damn it.
Well, of course, you don't talk when the boss is there. So, this guy gets an 18, and what is his dex? His dex is 18, 15. All right. Oh, come on. 18.15.
We never did fix that in Discord and D&D Beyond, did we? Where it puts in that 18.
All right. So, then where's my other guys? My other guys, they get, the cultist gets this, and so that's just a flat 17.11. The high priest gets +3 on a 16. 6.16. 6.16. Okay, the Flayer gets a 2 on a 14. 12.14. And the supplicant gets a 2 on a 14 as well. So where's my supplicant? Oops, 6.14. All right. Did you guys successfully all get your rolls on?
Should have done, I think.
Okay, so we'll put it in descending order. Looks like we have Oyohusa up first. Whoops. So, I will go ahead and let you get started, Oyo, whatever you want to do.
How high is this freaking room ceiling?
This ceiling's room is 20 feet. So it's twice as high as the corridors. And that demon over there is about 10 feet tall.
Oof. Okay. Wow. I was hoping I didn't have to go first. Here, that colored looking thing, that's just a dead person or a live person?
That's a live person.
Okay. So we got this guy. So what am I looking at? So this guy looks like he's a priest, I guess, in some sense. He's wearing some fancy robes or something. Like, what am I looking?
Okay, ping again. Yes, that looks like a priest. That guy or that person looks like kind of a crazed person that has blood on their robes and blood sort of running down their mouth and chin as though maybe they have drunk from that chalice that the demon is holding.
Okay, and these bastards.
These guys here, they are holding the bloody daggers, and they just have like this crazed look in their eyes, like they are just so happy to see more things that they can kill in front of them.
And this whole chamber is fully lit, dim lit. What?
It's dimly lit. Yes. There's a couple of torches, or there's enough torches around that they cast light in the entire area, but there are pools of brighter light near the torches and then dim light where the edges of their light overlap. Yeah, there's no places in here that are fully dark at this point.
Okay, so there's no patch of darkness behind this priest at all?
No.
From a shadow or anything? Okay.
Well, I mean, the stones cast shadows, the people cast shadows, but it's not like magical darkness dark or full darkness. It's just shadow. So if you can do something with shadow, you can do something. But if you can do something that requires full darkness, you don't have that.
Okay.
You can kind of see the way the map is drawn. You see how these stones are casting shadows. Kind of, that makes it look like the light is all coming from one direction. But that's the kind of effect you have around people.
So I probably couldn't use dim light behind this priest to shadow step in behind him.
Okay, behind a person, probably not. But if you wanted to, you might be able to do that behind a rock or between these two stones here, because they're not touching. They're close, but
right.
A person could squeeze in there, and you could do something like that if you wanted to.
All right, fuck it. Oyo's just gonna. Boy, oh boy. He can't really hold his action because I could make it over to this person if I wanted to. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna fly up, just out of melee range, so I can go directly across through these guys, or right over to this.
Okay,
bastard.
so you're gonna fly over to this guy here. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, and then you can just use your straight line motion for that if you're flying. Okay. All right. Yeah. Unfortunately, the grid on this map and the grid on the actual thing, I can't make them line up because they're not quite exactly the same size, and I didn't want to fool around with it too much, so I put it one place or the other. And okay, gonna try to attack him.
I'm going to. Looking at a spell. It's not. Okay, I could cast Silence. It says a 20-foot radius sphere centered on a point you choose within range. Now, can I target myself like you do with darkness, or is that not? Darkness, it says it moves with you, but the Silence doesn't say that.
Okay, yeah, let me just do the silence. Okay. Yeah. I think I think that the yeah, I don't think you can use it that way based on the.
I'm gonna cast silence
that.
right here. Just boom, and that's my
Okay.
turn.
Okay, so let us make a cycle, and I will make it a dark cycle. Well, first of all, I will put it. Let me see. Does that pretty much have the center where you wanted it, or
I
did you want it?
Yeah, there's no circle, Gally.
Oh, okay. Let me try this again. Come on. Okay, so is that about where you wanted the center of it? So I'll move the center of it, and then I'll figure out where the outer dimensions should be.
Be about right here, but we'll just assume it's that square, right?
Yeah. Okay. So then I will.
Sorry for taking so long, guys. I think
No,
that's the
that's
best
all right.
thing to do.
It's a 20-foot radius, right?
Yeah.
So
Right
it's going to
here.
be 20 feet from any side of that. So
We'll move it right here or something like that.
Yeah.
Where
yeah. So okay. So you want me to move it there? I can do that for you.
and that way it doesn't go off the screen. The radius be making
Right.
as much use as the area effect.
Okay. Come on. Whoops. Wrong direction.
It'll
Nope,
have the fun effect of none of these casters can cast anything that has verbal.
Well, until they figure out I've cast silence. Yeah. When that happens, I'm probably screwed.
Okay, so we'll put that there. And then we will have this go. Okay, out to there. And I will do the same thing. And we will alt. No, damn it. Delete. Go
You know,
back.
Oyo should be able to draw it on the map himself.
Yeah, oh.
I thought he would already have like just a 20 boom and then just center it, but I don't know how to do that.
Yeah. Let
That's
me.
almost straight. Yeah.
Is that the.
Yeah.
That's about right. Okay. So is that about where you wanted it to
Sure.
catch
That should be all right.
guys? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So that's his turn. Excellent. Zandri, you are up.
Okay, we're going to go 10 feet, 15, 20, 25, 30. And we're going to do a couple of attacks. We're going to do a menacing attack on this guy if he hits. Probably a smite. Does a 23 hit him?
23. Oh yeah. That will hit. And that
Okay.
is okay.
So
Flare.
we need a wisdom save on this guy. Because it's a menacing attack. Go. Yep, DC 15 wisdom.
Okay, so what are his Okay. Okay, wisdom. He gets a +1 to that. Just double checking his resistances and his immunities. All right, which are those and those. D20 +1 for his wisdom. Oh, yep, he failed that.
All right, so he's frightened until the end of my next turn.
And what's the total damage to him?
Well, as to that, do any of these guys count as fae or fiends or undead?
Oh, no, and no.
Okay, then it's just
The-
normal damage then.
The
Uh,
that goes for the smaller ones. The big demon in the back is probably yes a fiend, but
Okay, good to know. So then Divine Smite just does normal damage. So we've got the Godsend, we've got the Smite, and we've got the Menacing Attacks. So if I've done my math right, I should be able to click on this button here and go boom, boom, and boom. So 17, 21 points of damage on the first hit. And then he's going to have another attack incoming.
okay,
16.
that'll hit.
So that's 12. And then a bonus action attack, 24.
That'll hit.
All right. And that's another 7. So 21, 33, 40 points of damage.
Yep.
And he is a frightened.
He does have the little frightened symbol on him. Yes.
Yep.
Let me recenter us on this room so everybody on the stream can see where we're doing. And is that end of Zandri's turn?
Yes, sir.
Okay. He is. Nope, he's not quite bloodied. All right. Jerry. You may go ahead, sir.
Jerry is gonna take a long, deep look at this. Well, not a long one because he's only got a short amount of time. A nice look at this statue over there,
Okay.
and then because everyone I guess is facing towards the big demon. He's gonna reach into his pocket, pull out a bit of fleece. He's gonna spend a sorcerer point to subtle spell Major Image. And I'm going to create the angel in the statue in the corner
Ooh.
over there.
Oh, okay. All right. So I'm just in the interest of time. I am just going to make a 10 by 10 square.
And this angel is going to be like, I might only have half a sword, but I can still kill demon scum.
And it freaks this guy out for sure. Yeah, that one he's like, ah! And turns and looks, and you can see this person actually has something in their hands, and as they kind of clutch it to their chest, you can see that what they have in their hands is they have what looks like human entrails in their hands. And so clearly they are the cuddly person among the group of cultists. So Jerry, that was an action. Did you want to move, or are you going to hang out there?
I don't particularly want to get closer to anyone, you know.
Okay.
I'm going to stay here.
All right. Okay, well then we have our demon. Our demon gets to go. And the demon is okay. Yeah, he's not. He doesn't like playing fair. So he is going to, first of all, walk over here. 5, 10, 15. gonna get just out there and is going to turn and point back towards the middle of the room and just go and wave his hands, and he's going to look at Oyohusa and smile and say, "Nice try." And Oyohusa, you detect that your silence has just been dispelled. And so he has had to use an action to dispel, which means he cannot use his action for attacks. And he kind of just lets his wings flex, and he looks very menacing. Let me see if he has anything that he can do with a bonus action. Does he have any bonus actions? No. Okay. And yes, that's the other thing he does. Is he looks over in the corner where Jerry put his put the illusion, and he says, "My followers, ignore that angel. It is merely a figment of magical creation. It is not real."
How would he know that, though?
Well, because he has an ability that lets him see through illusions.
True sight.
Fuck illusions.
And
How did he know he was in a ring of silence? Is what I want to know.
I mean,
because everything went quiet.
I mean, for 1 minute he's going, and then he's going.
Yeah. All right. So next thing that happens is this cultist. And the cultist looks over at the finger twiddler and sees that the priest has him in a good position. And then the cultist looks at the lady with the exotic weapon and says, "Okay, she looks like she's probably dangerous." So he's going to move over here or move up here so he can get a better look. And he is going to...
Here it comes.
He is... Oh, yeah.
Oh no, the DM is laughing. It's too late.
Okay. How far away is he? Oh, yeah, of course he is. And how far away? Oh, that's beautiful. Okay. So.
Keep in mind, Oyo's up in the air.
Okay.
It's true.
So. Nope, not that. And then players can see that. Okay. An aura springs up around this person, and in this aura there are miniature versions of what looks like this demon back here that all are flying around, and they're carrying weapons. And Oyohusa and Zandri, I need you both to make saving throws for me.
What
as
kind?
his well, Zandri ought to know this. This is her trick. This is the thing she likes to do.
How high does the aura go? Is it a big complete circle? A sphere?
It's
Like
15 foot. It's a 15-foot radius, and I have to double check and see. Oh, I didn't put the whole thing in there because I can look the spell up. Never mind. Spirit Guardians.
It's a wisdom save.
I'm just wondering if it'd be able to reach me. I might be out of range.
They flit around you at a distance of 15 feet. So it doesn't say what it doesn't say whether it's a sphere or a column. It just says 15 feet. So we'll just say it's 15 feet out around him until or unless somebody can show me that it's a sphere. It's kind of on his same plane. So you have to be standing on the ground to be affected by it.
Okay, so I'm slightly out of range. Whew, okay.
Yeah, you're like 10 feet up in the air. So yeah, if you're
So, wisdom save then.
wisdom save, yes. And
Oh no.
okay, and he's gonna do this at the normal. So it's it's 10 necrotic damage.
Not too bad.
Because
But I'm not
because
frightened. Okay, I can live with that.
What is his? Yeah, spell save DC is 15, so yeah, you missed that. And the yeah, and then if you fail it, yeah, you're not frightened.
Okay.
It's just damage.
Yes, as soon as you said this is Zandri's trick, I was thinking, no, I hate being frightened.
Well, maybe this is not Zandri's trick, but I thought Zandri had cast Spirit Guardians at least once before.
No, she doesn't have the spell.
Oh, okay. All right. Then maybe I'm thinking of my other game.
Yeah.
Okay, then these guys get to go. Their knives are out, and they clearly have no fear of these Spirit Guardians, and they do not take any damage. But all three of them are going to converge on Zandri, and they are going to attack. And they get... Okay, they get a flare. Okay. That's not bad. They only get 2 attacks each. And they only have this.
Wait, only 2 attacks each. Oh, okay. That's nothing.
Yeah. Well, most of you guys get 2 attacks each.
I
Some
bet
of you-
she doesn't go out with her armor not on anymore.
Oh no. Oh no. There's a nat 20 in there.
Oof.
So there's 1, 2, and
3, 4. 4 attacks hit, and a nat 20 is one of them.
wait. I thought you said that you're at a 17 now. So
I am. You have to meet or exceed.
Right. So I only see 1, 2. I only see 3 hits.
No,
right?
there's a 28. There's a 25. Oh, okay. The 15 doesn't hit. Never mind.
Correct.
Right. What am I talking about?
Yeah. I was like, wait a minute.
Okay.
Okay, so let's deal.
Oh, wait a minute. No, that 15 might hit because I have to make con checks when I'm hit. A shield of faith is concentration.
Oh, Lord, yes.
Okay, so we'll take them in order then. I was gonna save the crit for last, but we'll take them
gotta
in
keep it honest,
order.
Gally.
Yes, we do. So 1d8 plus. It's normally d8. So this one attack is going to be the roll plus 11 because that 11 includes the max
crit.
damage.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So 15 points from the first one. So you need to make a DC 10.
Okay.
Very good. Then the other 2 are only 1d8 plus 3. There's 8. So that's another 10.
Okay, so con save on that is a 12.
Yep. And the last one is 8 points. So it's another. Yep. Okay.
All right, so altogether that's 16 and 15 points of damage, or
16 and 15. So yes, 31 points of damage on
Oof.
top of what she took.
I'm bloodied.
Ooh, okay. All right. So, yeah, we have ways in Innistrad. I'm making you not want to go out without your armor on.
Well, it takes 10 minutes to put armor on, and I don't think it's reasonable to say she sleeps in full plate mail.
Well, she's young.
Full adamantine plate.
And then we have the High Priest. And the High Priest is going to... What's his opener going to be? Oh, that would just be nasty, wouldn't it? Oh, but this would be exactly what he would want to do. Except he doesn't want to do it standing right. You're not in melee range of this guy, are you?
Nope.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Okay.
fuck your necrotic touch damage.
Okay. Okay. Well, in that, he looks up at you and he smiles at you and he points a finger at you and he casts a spell at you. And I am going to need to ask you to make a some kind of a saving throw here. Let's see what kind of saving throw you're going to make. You're going to make a wisdom save.
What's the DC?
Well, why don't you roll it and I'll tell you whether you made it or not. Oh, yeah, you made it. All of you see, kind of starting at the brow of Oyohusa's head, and encircling his head, you see this jagged iron crown start to form.
Oh,
and go up his head, and then just before it completely gets formed, he shakes it off and it dissipates. and the caster, he looks very sad because that would have been very fun to turn the flying guy on his companions.
That would have been awful.
I mean,
And-
doesn't the Crown of Madness just make him attack the nearest thing?
No. Make a melee attack against a creature other than itself that you mentally choose.
Okay.
So he gets to choose who you attack. All right. So that was his spell, and he doesn't like being that close to that guy. So he's like, "Mother, help me." He just kind of runs over here next to this guy. And then we have this guy over here who's going to step away from what his boss told him is a illusion, and actually will come out here so that will come over here. He's not going to step on that body. What kind of range does he have here? 45 feet. So let's see what he can do within 45 feet. All right. Supplicant. Oh, that might work.
Point of interest, Gally, that I just remembered because I'm bad and I'm sorry.
No,
This
that's okay.
This cultist here should have gotten disadvantage on his hits on me.
Oh, because of
frightened. He's frightened of me.
Oh, that's right. That's right. He is. That's right. He is. Okay. Let me re-roll those, and we'll see if you gain any hit points back. But I'm gonna finish out this guy's attack and remind me when this guy's attack.
I'll remind you at the end of the round.
Okay. Oyo, you are Mr. Popular today. Can you make me a wisdom saving throw, please?
Okay.
Again?
You tell me the school of magic you're using on me.
What is the school of magic? It is enchantment.
So would he have advantage against that spell?
Are you trying to charm me?
No, not trying to charm you.
Alas!
Well, I'm going to use my inspiration.
Okay. An 8 is not going to do it.
Well, that's why he's using his inspiration. Yep.
Oh, a 15 just barely does it. You feel, Oyo, you feel your muscles all tighten up, like almost like you can't move, and then you just will yourself to break out of it, and the hold person spell does not take effect.
These guys have hold person. Fuck.
Jesus, they're like 4 spellcasters.
Fuck.
Okay.
Fuck.
Find myself
All right.
glad I have a certain ring now.
Galibar, you may go.
Put him in, coach.
Galibar will move right here.
Okay.
Good man.
He will rage.
Okay,
Good
great.
man.
He will swing his axe. 23 hit.
Oh, 23 will definitely hit for 13 points of damage. Okay.
And then will a 25 hit.
Oh, yeah. 25 will hit for 14 more points of damage.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, so that was move, 2 attacks, any bonus action. Well, you bonus action for rage, so done?
Yep.
Okay. Adamant,
All
my
right.
friend.
I've only been doing this for a while. So starting.
Pete, you went robotic and then you cut out.
Yeah.
Yeah, hold on a second. I'm having trouble.
This is supposed to be his moment and his mic betrays him.
Right.
Damn it, Mike.
He didn't get the power down long enough. He just ran out of power. Just
You could type out what you're.
Yeah, type what you want to do, Adamant, if you're...
I'm still
Okay.
on my line here.
Okay, so...
All right, so it's all going to be facing towards the enemies. He is casting Wall of Fire.
Okay, can you draw, please, where you want that to go?
You can see the line.
I might as soon as I'm able to clear this box off of my screen.
I can see some lines.
There's like pink lines. Yeah.
Yeah, there's...
you can zigzag it? That's cool.
Yeah, you can choose.
Okay,
I think the only
you
one
want
can't
it...
do that is wind wall.
You want it to be a zigzag like that?
Yep.
Okay, and this is
if you-
Wall of Fire.
I had no idea. That's cool.
It's only 1 foot thick, so makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, anything within 10 feet of the side facing the enemy. So Pretty much
Oh.
hit that one. The ones around Zandri, this guy here, this guy here, and the big demon.
What is going on with your mic? 'Cause
Yeah.
it was not like that this morning. Like, I could understand you perfectly fine this morning, and tonight you're just a robot.
Let me ask you a question, Pete. Is your mic either A, Bluetooth, or B, wireless? Does it have
No,
battery power?
I've been having trouble with Discord.
Oh, okay. All right. So it's
It wasn't
Probably.
like this morning, though.
Oh, it was when we started out.
okay.
I got fixed though.
So everybody within 10 feet.
Yeah, I've got it shaped in such a way that it's pointed at the enemies.
Okay, which is gonna mean pointed this way, so it's pointed at Zandri, right?
She's.
Uh,
And then
Hold on, I may have put that line down wrong. Hold on a second.
yeah.
10. Yeah, hold on a second.
And also, the maximum length is total of 60 feet, right? Because I think you got a lot more. You have a lot more than 60 feet.
Oh, I've been measuring it up the whole time. I'm gonna hold on.
Yeah, you can't put it on that. If you want to avoid Zandri, I don't think you can put it on that side of that guy. I think you got to go on the other
I'm
side.
gonna have to do this a little differently. Hold on. I got
Yeah.
I don't think you're going to be able to get all of them.
Oh
but
yeah,
it's okay.
Yeah.
I can. Oh my goodness. I hit my mouse.
I mean, I'm not metagaming, but I think that demon's probably immune to fire.
Well, now that's 65 feet, so you won't be able to use the last 5 feet of that.
You can get it right there, though, Pete.
Yeah.
Should.
You could stretch it this side.
Okay. So let's just see from here. Okay, yeah. Just barely gonna singe Zandri, but we've also got these other guys. So now since Zandri may take more damage, let's go back and let's do those attacks over again and
Just the one guy's attack, because it's only the one who's
Right.
frightened. I don't know which ones they were, but
Okay, so
I bet it was the guy that crit you.
Oh, I see what I did wrong. Hold on a second. Okay, here, and then over here, and here.
Man, as of right now, this is one heated battle.
at least I'm going out on a
So-
laugh.
I'm only gonna re-roll one because one of his was the
Yeah.
one of his was. Wait a minute.
Right.
He rolled once for an attack, so we really just need one more roll to see which one's lower. It might
Right.
be that he still hits. So
21. So yeah, his.
yeah, so he hits no matter what. So it's no big
Yeah.
deal then.
Okay. All right. I was trying to say.
That'll do it. I had to.
Okay. Now I don't see any lines. Ah, there we go. Okay. All right.
That should do it right
Yeah.
there.
Okay.
Well, no,
Yeah.
I gotta put a curve right here. So it'll be. I had it all figured out, and then it moved, and then I had it again, and then. All right. Here, and here. There. That's the shape I was going for. Is that?
Okay. Because
I
now
just had it
that
in the
would be
wrong
15.
place.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay. That'll do it. Okay. Well, I think, yeah, from here, she's still going to get a little bit, but that's fine. So, what kind of save and what is the DC?
It's a DC 15 Dex save.
Dex for let me make sure. Dex for D's guy, Dex for D's guy, Dex for D's guy, and Dex for D's guy. Okay, so
No, dang it. Display it, you motherfucker.
Yeah,
There we
Zandri got
go.
a 17.
Flare, Cultist, and High
It hits
Priest.
all but this.
Yeah, I didn't have enough to be able to get him too.
Flare. So 2
Yeah,
of
it's all the
them,
flares.
D20 plus 2. Oops, come on. That's
Well,
one fail.
You could have taken off
That's one
that ass
pass.
right
Then the cultist gets
It hits all the flares.
Cultist gets a 0 on his bonus, but that's a pass. And then the high priest gets a 3 on his bonus. And that's a fail. So 2 fails, 2 passes.
So the 2 fails take 16, the 2 passes take 18.
It hit 5 people though. It hit all 3 flares.
Yeah, it hits all 3 of the flares.
Doesn't it hit the Demon Lord too? It's within 10 feet, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So let's see the
Or the Blood Gift. I don't know why I said Demon Lord.
Yeah, he just kind of, because he's a magic creature, he looks cool like a demon lord. Because that's what they do. Okay, this other guy, he makes it. And then the demon, I think the demon is immune, so I'm not even going to bother rolling, but I want to double check before I say that he is. Yep. Oh. No. Not completely immune. Okay, but he will get a Dex save at +2. Okay, so, all right. What's the total? You rolled the 5d8. What was your 5d8?
It was really bad. It was a 16. So anybody who failed takes 16, and anybody who passed takes 8.
Okay, except for this demon who takes 4, because he's got resistance.
And there's at least one con save that needs to be tossed.
Minus 6.
Yeah, I need a con save too.
Okay.
Not gonna lie, I kind of want to smack you right now, Pete.
Don't you have a fire resistance or something?
That's right. I do have a ring of fire resistance. That's 4 damage for me. I still want to smack you because I could have failed that con save, but
You think I'm gonna learn not to have faith in people after yesterday? Can't help.
Okay. All right. Done, Adamant?
Yeah, I'm done. This cultist just has to make a concentration check though.
Okay, so he makes a con save. And he took.
How much? Yeah.
No, he took 8. Did he pass or fail?
Yeah, he passed. So he took 8. So he needs to make a DC 10. And the cultists get a. Oh, they have a pretty good con. So. We'll
1.
see.
Roll a 1.
So always a possibility. Ooh.
Oh
He
man.
needed all of that +4. So
I have anything I could
Ah.
add. I have anything I could add. Take away from that.
Oyo, you are up. Oh, wait, before we start this round, Ash, do you have a few minutes?
Yeah, I can continue.
Okay, we will go through one more round and then we will stop for the night.
Okay.
Because with a lot of people on the board and a lot of folks having new powers, it takes a while to get through. And Pete, I'm going to make a ruling now. I allowed you to do it because I didn't tell you before, and this goes for anybody else. You have a spell like this, you get to make a maximum of 1 angular turn over the course of the distance, or you get to make it into a circle or whatever other natural shape you can do, or a square or something like that.
Fair enough.
Simply because we don't want to take 10 minutes for somebody to figure out the geometry of how to do their stupid spell. So
I apologize for that. I had it right. I just had it in the wrong spot.
okay. All right.
All right, it's Oyo's turn. So I can't even get within 10 feet of this wall, or I take fire damage. I guess I'm gonna slide over this way.
Whoops.
Whoops! What?
Is that you? Okay, because your arrow showed you going towards the demon, and then you moved away from the demon. Is that
Oh.
what you meant to do?
No, I'm moving back here.
Okay, because your token moved away from the demon.
That's what I want to do.
Oh, okay, because what I saw your arrow do this, go this way, and then you moved the opposite way. So all right, that's what messed me up. Okay, never mind.
I'm going to do something new. I'm going to Eldritch Blast this cultist.
Okay, the one with the spirit guardians, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, it's gonna be 2 shots too. Get him. Get him.
And that's just an attack roll, or does he have to make a save for
It's an
avoiding it?
attack. It's a ranged spell attack.
Okay. Oh, the first blast will miss with a 10. Oh, and the second blast will miss with an 11. Or
you
a
hate
7.
to see it.
Yeah, okay. Ugh. Anything else that was a move?
Is it
attack.
not giving me? Is it not giving me? And that
I think you're whispering. I think you're whispering them to the DM too.
Yeah.
Oops. Yeah, I am actually. I'm just making sure that it's giving me a plus. I should have a, because it's based off charisma, right?
Something weird because your
spell attack modifier should be something like 8 plus your ability bonus. Yeah.
Yeah, 8
maybe
plus.
Maybe that's your save. I don't know.
That's the same.
Does those not look right?
They don't quite look right.
If your charisma
Real
is
quick.
2, it should be +5 at the moment. If it's 3, it should be +6.
All right, come on. Let me see. What are you doing here?
Yeah, your attack is your spellcasting attack is.
I'm using the Roll20, Gally. I guess you can go ahead and look it up underneath my spell list.
Okay, you should be rolling just a d20 plus 5 for your attacks.
Yeah, it's proficiency plus charisma.
It's not doing that.
So just roll a d20 plus 5.
All right, we'll get it fixed later.
Yeah.
I can help you out with the Roll20 sheet later.
Okay, yeah, after the session, do that. Okay, that'll be a hit. That's 1 hit. So roll the second one.
What's the command? Is up key to do it again?
Yeah.
And 16. 16 is exactly what you need to hit these guys. So, or hit the cultist, I should say. So go ahead and roll the damage.
Which is 2. I can just roll 4d10s.
No, it's 1d10 each.
No, it's not. It's 2d10.
Is it Eldritch Blast?
Yeah, it's Eldritch Blast. Eldritch Blast, instead of getting more damage to one shot, you get multiple shots.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yay.
Okay. So
That was a lot of work
one
for
entry
nothing.
is for okay.
So he took, but he's got to make 2 con saves.
He's got to make 2 con saves. Yeah. So in that case, Ken, it's better instead of doing a 2d10 to do a 1d10 and another 1d10 so that it's easier to tell that it's 2 sources of damage that he has to save against. So his con is a
+4.
Yeah, yes, it is. Okay, somebody was listening. D20 +4. Oh, guess what happens? Wham, wham. Just like
It's like
a
no
19,
damage.
just
but it
like
worked.
a 1980s console video game when the little yellow circle falls apart and the ghosts win. His spirit guardians collapse. All right, and he is very sad. Okay, and he takes a total of 4 damage. And he is even sadder.
That's my
Okay,
turn.
Zandri.
Okay, she
You
can retreat and lose her action to avoid taking a shit ton of opportunity attacks, or she can do what Zandri do and double down. So we're going to do a bunch of attacks. So this guy has an attack incoming. Let me double check if I have to declare. Nope, it says when I hit, so I can hold on to that and double check. So 22 to hit, we're going to make that a menacing attack and a smite
Okay.
on, this guy up here. So that's an 11 plus 2, 13, 9. So 21 points of damage. He needs a wisdom save.
Okay, and his wisdom for the flare is +1. So D20 +1. And 16. Does that beat your target?
Yep. And then this guy here is no longer frightened, but we're going to see if we can fix that. He's got an attack incoming. 13. That's going to be a miss. And then we're going to try again with bonus action attack on this guy here. So that's a 24.
That'll hit.
All right. So he's got a smite and a wisdom save coming for him. So 9, 17. Ooh. 27, 31 points of damage on him, and he needs a wisdom save.
Okay, and then -14. Okay, and he is bloodied. And then he will do his attempt to make his save. Oh, 16. So
Right,
that,
so
I think
he
that
saves.
passes.
And then Zandri's going to action surge.
Okay.
And I got to remember.
Okay, actually, 2 of your enemies are bloodied because the guy in front of you is bloodied too.
Yeah, I got to remember. Well, why is he bloodied? You said he wasn't bloodied last turn. He didn't take any damage this turn.
Probably because I forgot.
Oh, the wall. Never mind. Right.
Yeah,
okay.
the
Not
wall,
going to complain.
the wall of fire.
All right. Action surge, and she's going to do it again. So, but this time, both of the attacks are going to be centered on this guy.
Okay.
So, 29.
That will hit.
All right. That is another wisdom save. Ignore that +5. It wasn't a crit. So that's 6 and 13. So 15. 28 points of damage on that guy.
And then, oh, and you can see he is badly, badly hurt.
All right. Is he scared though?
Another D20 plus 1 saving throw attempt. Oh, I
He is
think
a
a
scared.
10. He is a scared.
All right.
He
And
is
that
a
means,
bloody and he is a scared.
means that the next attack is going on this guy who is not bloodied or scared. 28.
That'll hit.
Okay. Come on. And boom. So 24 points of damage and a wisdom save.
Okay. Actually, try not to call out the total. Just tell me what each one is because I'm trying to.
Oh, okay.
Do
Well,
each thing as
they're
they
all
go.
there in nice, neat little
Yeah.
groups of 3,
Yeah. Okay. So
labeled
there
and
we go.
everything.
And now he is blooded, and he needs a wisdom save. And we will see what he does. And he misses. So
You want to
he
go?
is-
You want to go hard? I'll go hard. I'll fucking play.
And so you've got 3 bloodied enemies around Zandri, and they are all well, 2 of them are scared. Jerry, you are up.
This is also probably going to be quite a complicated turn for you, so just a warning. Jerry's going to go 1, 2. Normally this would be difficult terrain, but I have a ring of free actions, so I can just walk through Adamant. 5. How hardy does the supplicant look? Like, is it a skinny person or
Okay, let me tell you what the supplicant is wearing for armor to give you an idea. Actually, the supplicant is not wearing any armor. And the supplicant looks, well, it's kind of hard to tell. You know, you have people that have bulky strength, and you have people that have wiry strength, and then you have people that look bulky, but they're just fat. And you have people that look skinny and they're really weak, so it's hard to tell.
I'm gonna take out ruffles from my coat. I'm gonna throw him at the ground and say, "Go get him, ruffles!" And as he's flying through the air, shadows coalesce, and he turns into a giant shadow dog. And I'm going to use my Hound of Ill Omen ability, which is complicated. So spend 3 sorcery points to do this. It's a bonus action. You need to make a dire wolf that's medium size as a counter.
Yeah, actually, I have something that will work for just that.
It's beautiful.
Okay, let me. What is his name?
Ruffles. Yeah.
Ruffles, like the potato chips.
I don't know about that, but
I think you said riffles, not ruffles.
Ruffles.
Well, okay, I'm gonna allow you to edit the name. So if you don't like it, you can change it. What's his armor class?
It's a dire wolf statistic, so I think it's 13.
Yeah, look that up for me.
I'm pretty sure it's 13. I'll just check. It is 14 actually.
14, and what's the hit points?
37 plus I think 3 temporary HP.
Okay.
So...
Okay. Okay, there we go. I realized something. I don't know if you guys have known this or not, but I realized by way of a screw up the other night or a few weeks ago that if you set a hit point maximum for something using the bar and then you put more than it puts a little plus there, so it lets you know that you can use that for temporary hit points over and above the maximum. So I think that's kind of a neat way of doing that. Because those will come off first anyway.
I think it needs its own initiative as well.
Okay.
'Cause it says
so-
on its turn. So,
Okay. What is its? Well, I'll let you roll initiative for
Yeah.
it. You can.
Yeah, I'll do that. +2.
Don't summon creatures go on your turn?
I think it has its own turn.
Most of them don't.
Oh, okay.
They go back and forth with that from different editions.
Okay, I got a 16, which is nice.
Okay, so let's see
And
that.
it's
Okay.
targeting the supplicant, which is important because it can only attack one thing.
Okay, so I'm going to add a turn for it. Are you still on that direwolf? What is its dex?
+2.
No, but add the
15.
actual score. 15?
His direwolf is so going in his character portrait.
Yeah, and then I think I actually realized I didn't know until I was watching somebody else's stream that you could actually do this. I learned something the other day that you can actually manually move things up and down the turn order in the middle of a combat. So, all right. So we are still on Jerry.
Yes. So
Yes.
that's an action. 'Cause
That's a move. That's an action. You have a bonus action.
I'm going to twin spell blindness onto the supplicant and the cultist.
Okay. Now, in 5th edition.
It's not a spell, so this is fine. This
Oh,
is...
well, wait a minute. Okay, so blindness is.
Hound
it's
of
a-
Ill Omen is not a spell.
Oh, the Hound of Ill Omen is not a spell. And blindness has a
Con save, DC
casting. Okay.
and blindness is one action.
Okay, so
It also has disadvantage on the save thanks to
Yeah,
the
the
hound.
supplicant has disadvantage, yes.
okay, hang on. Just stop talking. Let's see. Now, what was this other thing you did? It's called Hound of Ill Omen.
Yeah, it's a Shadow Sorcerer 6th level feature.
Okay.
Bonus action.
And it's a bonus action. Okay. All right.
Side note, we have 5 viewers on the Twitch channel. Hello to all of
Yes.
you watching the world burn.
Hey.
Literally.
Yes.
I don't know who could have caused that.
Yeah. Okay. So the supplicant gets his, what kind of save is it again?
It's
What?
con save.
Con save +3 at disadvantage. So we'll do 2 of these and we'll take the lower of the 2. 1, 2. Okay, so he fails. And so he is now blinded, is that?
Mhm. Yep, he cannot see.
I can't see. Now, I mean, I usually use that for sleep, but oh, hey, that's a better one. So let me get the sleep off of there. And then when it looks like he's got goo coming out of his eyes, he's blind. All right. Very good.
And the cultist can make one as well, because I'm twinning this.
And the cultist can make it. But does he have disadvantage or no?
He doesn't have disadvantage. It's only the target of my hound, basically.
Okay.
He is a good doggo.
It's +4.
Yeah, it's not likely to work, but you know.
Hey. Never lose hope.
There we
9.
go.
Exactly.
And the John Cena music starts. Can't see me. The fan is now. And also the angel disappears because blindness. is
Okay.
one action.
All right. And I will go ahead and boop. He's gone.
The weekends I can't feel my face starts playing.
Blood Gift Demon. Okay. Oh, you guys are annoying. You guys really are annoying. So how fast can he move? I think his fly speed is faster than his normal speed.
Oh no, he can. Oh yeah. Oh no.
Yeah, he can fly. Well, he's got these big bat wings. So he's got 50 feet of flying. So can he get there with 50 feet? Let me do this. Oh, yeah, he can get there with 50 feet.
Oh no.
It's all right. He can fly if he wants to.
He flies up
He can
there.
leave his friends behind.
And he unleashes with he's got 4 arms, and each of them are tipped with dark claws, and he's got a tail that has what looks like a scorpion stinger on it, and he's going to attack with all of them.
Attacking the weakest guy in the party? What? This demon is stupid.
Okay, so all right, but you have a high armor class, so
Oh yeah. So he's gonna swing at me what?
okay.
5 times?
2.
He just got a
Technically, isn't he holding a goblet in one of those arms? Maybe I'm just being deceived by the picture.
You know
He's gonna
what?
hit you with a goblet.
We will say that he actually is. So he'll only take 3 attacks with his hands, and I think the 15 misses. The 23, does that hit?
Yeah.
And the 31 definitely hits.
Definitely
and
misses.
Then with the tail, 32. So let's see, what does he do? So that's 2 hits with claws. Yeah, that's not too bad. Okay. See, he gets a lot of attacks, but his attacks don't do. So from the claw attacks, one of them does 5 damage. The other claw does 4 damage. Then with the tail, we're gonna need. Oh no, we're not gonna need. It's okay.
It's not a lot of damage.
And D6 plus. Okay, here's the piercing damage. And there's no condition, no save, because it's just straight poison damage. Unless you have immunity or resistance to poison. Okay, so it's no pluses on that. It's just 2d4. So you take 5 damage from one claw, 4 damage from the next claw, 6 piercing damage from the tail, and 6 poison damage from the tail, and you do not have the poison condition. And then he says, "Welcome."
So I took
Right in
a
your
total of
5 and 4 is
21 points.
9. Yeah, 9 and 12, 21. Yep. So yeah. Then we have our cultist. Oh, he's blind. So now what happens when you have the blinded condition? At the very least, you get...
attack rolls against the creature have advantage, and the creature's attack rolls have disadvantage.
Okay.
And they automatically fail any ability check that requires sight.
Right. Okay. So, and then attacking would also include... Oh, okay. Well, that's easy. I think that's easy. He is going to... How many slots does he have?
Oh.
He has 2 slots, so he can use his second 3rd level slot, and he's going to try this party again. And those... Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. This might be bad for his... I'm going to say that he's smart enough to know whether this would be bad for his allies.
So the blind cultist is trying to cast a spell. What could go wrong?
Well, it's one that he doesn't have to
Spirit Guardians.
Spirit Guardians, but the thing is, on this thing, designate any number of creatures you can see to be unaffected. So he cannot see, so he's not going to do that because it would in fact affect all of his allies that he cannot see. That was the wording I was looking for to determine whether he was going to do that. And oh crap. Oh yeah, that'll work. He's just going to. He can't see anybody else, but he just touches himself. And he casts Bless on himself, and then he's going to try to make a saving throw. Does he get a saving throw each round against that blindness?
I think it's probably at
the end of his turn. Yeah, so he just casts Bless on himself and then tries to make a saving throw. And what are we?
It's con.
Is he going to stay in that spot?
Oh, where he's taking damage, right?
Oh shit! I need
Yeah.
to roll damage for Zandri.
5, 10. Now, does he take damage at the beginning of his turn for being there?
End of his turn.
End of his turn. Okay, so
And he's still 10 feet away. There we go.
he's gonna go as far as he can. He's just gonna run into the wall.
Boop.
Boom. Okay. Run into the wall, bless himself, and then try a saving throw. So 1d20 plus 4.
Would you like me to roll for you, Zandri?
I mean, I wouldn't like you to, but we got to be honest.
Will a DC 18 get rid of the blindness?
Jesus fucking Christ, Pete!
Yeah.
You get a. You do get. I think you still get to do the dex save though.
Pete!
15.
She's 15 feet. She shouldn't.
She's
take any
15
damage.
feet, so don't give her
Okay, she's
damage.
15 feet.
No, I'm not 15 feet away from that one point, which is why I took the damage
Well, that
from
one
it.
point is at the
in the
corner
first
of
place.
that.
It doesn't. It's still 10
from
feet.
here, yeah.
All
That's
right.
It's only 1 foot wide, so it's a little.
That's true.
I took damage when the wall went down, and I haven't moved since then.
Okay.
Is what I'm saying.
Oh, roll your dex save.
18.
So you get a quarter of that. So you take 5.
Yeah, take 5. And does an 18 beat the save for the blindness?
Wait.
So
She only takes half of the damage, right?
Yeah,
'Cause I have a ring of fire resistance.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
she
half.
did.
Yeah. So half.
so she
of
takes a
19.
quarter. Wait, half of 19 is 9.
And then minus
half
that.
of 9 is 4. So
Yeah.
you take 4,
Yes.
not 5.
That's what I was
Yes.
getting. Sorry.
Yeah. Remember, it's always round down when it comes to having damage.
That one hit point might make a difference.
Yes, it
might.
might. It
Okay.
might.
Hey, Jerry, Ruffles is up. Attack.
So this direwolf can see a blinded guy that he's been told to kill. So, he's going to...
And he gets advantage on his attacks.
Yeah. It is +3. Oops. Actually, I just did a d20. So, that would be a 16.
16 will hit.
Oh, cool. And then, how many attacks do these guys get? Let's just check. Oh. I think they have 2, but they might have 1. Oh, no, it's only got 1.
So then
That would
roll
knock
me.
something prone.
Yeah,
Damn it.
if the target is a creature...
Okay, roll damage, and then he'll roll a save, but let's just get the damage.
So there's 2d6 +3. 6 plus
Okay.
3 is 9 damage. And he needs to make a
Okay.
strength save.
Right.
Go, Ruffles! Go! Sick 'em!
Oh, oops. I'm sorry. I didn't give him enough damage. There we go. And then his supplicant's strength is.
Doesn't Ruffles get
Plus
the attack with
3.
advantage?
Oh, yeah, he does.
He does. So
Roll.
yeah, you should roll it just to make sure it's not a 20. A crit.
It wasn't.
Ah,
Okay.
So,
Okay. 1, 2, 20 plus 3. 19. Will a 19 make the?
yeah, 19 easily means he doesn't get knocked
Okay.
out. But Ruffles
Alright.
is biting into him now.
Okay. And he's like, ah! And then the flayers go.
So they have a choice to make.
Well, let's see. No, they don't have a choice to make because this demon is in the room with them. They really don't have a choice.
Oh, so they can't move away from the fire.
Oh, well, they certainly can't go through Zandri or through Galibar, and if they look like they're trying to run, that demon is not going to be happy with them. So they're just going to stand there and swing. So here's the guys that have. Here's the guys that are frightened and have disadvantage. So top guy, 14. That's
a miss. She's going to take a
Middle
riposte
guy.
attack. She's going to take a riposte attack.
Okay.
And she's going to make that a smite at 3rd level. Oh, wait, no, 2nd level. I don't have a 3rd level slot. I just have a 3rd level spell. So 2nd level. So I add an extra d8 to that. So I'm just going to put that as a superiority dice because it's an extra d8.
Okay.
So 19 points of damage. Riposte. Oh, wait, no, I don't have any more Never mind. I'm sorry. I'm used to having superiority dice. I burned them all. Never mind. No damage, no attack.
Yeah, you would a little...
Yeah. That would have been awesome.
Okay.
But she doesn't have the dice for it, and I'm an idiot because I didn't check my resources. I am sorry. Needlessly clogging it up.
No problem. All right, no problem. So then the second guy has disadvantage, and the 9 will miss. And then the third guy doesn't. Oh, wait a minute.
These guys each have 2 attacks, don't they?
Yeah. So. Okay, first guy missed with all 4 strikes. Second guy. First attack is a 14. That misses. Second attack is a 17. I think that
hits.
That matches? Okay.
Yep, matches.
So 1d8 plus... it's still not on the list because we've been too long since we've been on that one. Okay. What is his... What is his flayer? His flayer is a plus 3. Okay, so 1d8 plus 3. Roll. 4 points of damage. And then the last guy goes, and he gets his 2 attacks. 20, which will hit.
Yep.
And a 19, which will hit.
Yep.
And then, so 1 attack is 11 for max. And then the next attack is 7.
I'm down.
Oh, Zandri is down.
Yep.
That changes what I'm going to do next turn. All right.
Okay.
So.
Okay, hang on. It's not your turn yet.
Well, no. If they're not moving, they got to take fire damage.
Oh, okay. Yes.
So, 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
The bottom.
Yeah, this guy. He dies. The 24. The 24 will kill him. The 24 here, I did that in the wrong order, but I'm making up for it now.
Don't they need
Does
to make
not.
dex saves?
Yeah, they get to make their dex save DC 15.
Okay. I'm not even going to make it because if he takes half damage, he's still going to die.
Okay.
So this
Okay.
guy will get a dex save and will take +2 d20 +2 18. So he takes half.
12. Yep.
So -12. All right. Now, these guys have a special ability. Because this flare died next to him, he can use his reaction. It says when a human ally or opponent dies within 15 feet of the flare, it can make a flaying attack on an enemy in melee range with its flaying longsword. Now the question is, what is its reach? Oh, its reach is only 5. It doesn't say it gets to move.
Yep.
It just says it can make an attack. But
Do it, Gal.
I could have it attack Zandri, but that's not going to really do him any good. He's not going to gain anything by that.
Well,
So,
these are savage demonic worshipping cultists. Keep that in mind.
yeah,
Stuff that
that's
happens.
true. That's true. They are. So, all right. Because he gets advantage, but he still misses you, right? Well, I guess you're
I'm
auto
unconscious. I can't concentrate, and I'm not holding Godsend anymore. I assume so. That means my armor class is 12.
And they're auto crits.
Yeah, so that's 2 death saves.
Yep. All right. Got
okay.
mark.
So, well, now you get advantage on a prone opponent, so that's why I rolled twice. He's not taking 2 attacks; he gets advantage. So the 15 will hit, the 10 will not.
It's still an automatic 2 death fails.
Right. So we'll put the little red, and we'll do the 2. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Well, that's all he can do, and then this other guy took 10 points of damage. Unless he makes his save. Nope, he didn't make a save, so he takes 10. He's still up. Oh, and this guy did die within 15, so he's going to turn and attack Galibar. 16. Will a 16 hit Galibar? I don't think it will.
No.
So he misses you. All right. Okie dokie. Oh, I didn't do damage for his attack. I'm not even going to worry about it. Zandri, it's not going to take you down low enough to worry about anything, so I just don't ignore the damage, because when you start healing, you'll start from 0 anyway, so don't worry about the negative damage. The 2 death saves.
Yeah, I don't think you track negative damage anyway, just death saves. Negative damage only matters if you're killed outright on one attack.
Correct. And he can't deal that much damage to do that. So, priest. Get the hell out of the way.
Which one died?
This guy here.
2 of them died, right?
Nope. This guy's very low. This guy's very low. This guy died. But both of them got to use their ability because all 3 of them are the same creature type.
Oh, that's nasty.
Yeah. They're basically the minions.
The hell
they're
is
the
this
minions.
priest gonna do?
Let's find out. What will the priest do? The priest will do. Oh. Well. What is the range on that? He's got... Range on this is... Oh, yeah, easily 120 feet. Hey, Galibar, make me a wisdom save, please.
Uh-oh. Oh. That's good luck.
Oh, yeah, okay. Hey, Adamant and Jerry and Oyohusa, you guys kind of watch a little bit in horror as a jagged iron crown starts to form on Galibar's head and starts to take shape, but before it can completely form, he shakes it off.
Oh,
Thank God Gally rolled
that would
high.
have been bad. That would have been so bad. That would have been terrible.
That's
All right.
dirty. How dare you, Gally, go for the barbarian with that crown of head?
Well, it's
Oh,
either
when
go
I
for the
was-
guy that gets 18 attacks per round, or go for the guy that can, drop things in one swing.
If Galibar had turned on us, we would have been little mincemeat pieces.
Okay, so this supplicant, he is in real trouble because there's a wolf right there, and he cannot see what he's doing. He's going to try to back away from the wolf, so please make an opportunity attack with advantage. Ash.
1 second. Let's actually give it a plus. Roll 2 of these. Oh, wait, it's gonna... I'll just roll them separately. So. Okay. So 17.
Oh, 17 is exactly what you need. And when he gets here...
He needs to make a strength save again, I think.
That's true. Well, he needs to do several things. So let's worry about that strength save first, because if the strength save fails, then nothing else matters because he'll be flat on his butt right there. Supplicant is +3. So he makes the strength save. He took 13 damage. Right? And then he's got to make call high or low. No, call 1, 2, or 3. Pick a number between 1 and 3.
I'll go 1.
1. Okay, so 1 and 2 on this result is a 1. It's a 2. Okay, so he tries to back up from the wolf and thinks that he's dodging that rock, but in fact, he doesn't dodge that rock. And because he's blind, he can't see where he's going, and he falls on his ass. So he is prone now. He's blind and he's prone. So now he was going to try to cast a spell. That went out the window. So he's just going to try to make a, a con save for the blindness?
He
Okay.
has no disadvantage because he moved away from the wolf.
He has disadvantage
No,
now?
he just needs to be next to the wolf, so when he moves away, it goes away.
Oh, okay. Well, it's still a failure, so he's still
having an
blind.
unlucky day, to be
Yeah,
honest.
he's not having a good day here. Galibar, can you make any of these creatures have an even worse day?
Okay. Yeah. Galibar, seeing Zandri go down, is going to get even more mad, and he is going to swing his great sword at this guy.
This guy? Okay.
If it would load, lagging 15 hit.
15 will not hit.
Dang it. Because that was some great damage. Uh, $25 for 19.
Yes.
Galibar is
How would you like to kill this guy?
Decapitation.
Okay, his head goes flying off, hits this rock, and his body falls dead.
And then I'm going to stand right here.
Okay,
and-
that's where the fire
wouldn't-
is.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that way.
Come over here instead.
Hmm.
Well,
Come
I,
over
no.
here instead. Avoid the fire.
I
yeah.
wasn't going to stay there. But,
No, the first time you enter it, you take damage.
Yes. Don't take damage needlessly. It's kind of foolish to do that.
Yeah, just move here and you can hit the guy.
I wasn't going to.
You
I was going there so I could attempt, because he's angry. He doesn't care about the fire damage. Right now, he wants to attempt to breathe ice on both of them.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah,
Alright.
He's going.
Yeah.
He's going to try to gather up all of the anger and draconic fury in him and attempt to breathe ice on this
Well,
guy and the
then-
demon.
Well, that other guy gets a automatic attack because the guy died, right?
Yep.
It wasn't within 5 feet.
Yeah, at the time there was no enemy within 5 feet.
Okay.
There was no
Yeah.
ally within 5 feet. So roll your dex save, Gally.
Okay.
So his attempt is to go this way. I
Okay, so
think.
you take. What's your totem?
Bear.
Okay, so
I
you take
a
4.
fourth of the damage.
Yep, you take 4. Well, 4, 5.
Yeah. Half of 22 is 11.
I was looking
half
at
of
his
11
dex
is
save,
5.
not the damage.
Right.
I'm just gonna say if Galibar actually manages a breath attack this time, it's gonna be really cool.
Okay.
It's the goal.
Hmm.
He's going to try to gather all the draconic fury in him and blast ice out of his mouth. These two.
Okay. Make me a Make me a Constitution check.
Check. Come on. Constitution being 20. Don't mess. Don't. 24.
Ha 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 ha!
Okay. Roll me some frost damage.
How much?
As well, what would you get as a first level dragon?
3d6
So then roll 3d6.
for 12.
12. Okay.
He lets out a roar
oops.
and a beam of frost
Yeah.
goes 15 feet.
Yep. So that guy gets frosty and this guy gets frosty. All right.
A delicious Wendy's snack.
And
With
so
a
that
hint of
was
minty freshness.
that was some move, that was an attack, that was a bonus action. You still have some move left. What are you going to do? If you stay there, you're still going to get fire damage.
Yeah.
I'll move right here.
There you go.
Move back to where you were. Okay. All right. Adamant, you are now up.
Well, the wall of fire is going away.
Okay. So,
Boop.
all right.
He is going to reach out and touch Zandri
Okay.
with a level 3 cure wounds. That is pathetic.
Hey, well, it's 9 more than she had before. So
Yes,
she's
it
no
is.
longer this, and she is this. So, oh, hey, you're still and
Prone.
probably the best thing is that goes away. But yes, you are prone.
What the fuck?
So she has no. The death saves reset. We had a question that came up on
The death saves reset after a long rest.
No.
Yeah.
that in the way it was written. It resets immediately.
Yeah. The gritty game it resets for long rest.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Well, we have reached the end of the round.
Get up,
I believe.
Zandri. There's still work to do.
Anything else, Adamant? Because that was an action to heal her, right?
Yes.
Okay. How did you and Galibar change? Oh, you didn't change places. Okay, but you really want to go over on that side of Galibar?
Yes, I do, because I have a 24 AC.
Okay, all right. And we're done with the round. All
And
right, everyone.
He is kind of hoping to pull that demon off of Oyohusa, too.
Okay. Well, you've definitely opened everybody's eyes to where the healer is in the room. So that could possibly be worth something. And players, thank you for staying around a little bit later.
Oh, I would be happy to go forever. No need to thank.
To play an extra round. And viewers, thank you so much. Those of you who stuck with the show all the way through the episode. We really appreciate you guys being here today. Hope you had fun. The combats are taking a little bit longer because, as you may have guessed, these are not standard creatures out of the monster manual. These are creatures whose artwork, whose abilities, and whose attacks are all dictated by cards out of Magic the Gathering. So you won't find these guys in any of the resources for D&D Beyond because they're all homebrew. And so that means that I have to go and look up in my Word document what their abilities are and then go back and manually put in what the attacks and saves and everything are. I'll have to try to figure out a better way of doing that so that I can speed that up. There's probably a better way I can do that. We will be back here next Sunday, 2:30 p.m. in order to play the next episode. And by the way, players, you may or may not realize it, but next week we will hit a milestone of sorts.
Oh,
do you
what's
know?
that?
Do you know what next?
1 year anniversary.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, it'd be over a 1 year anniversary. We started like in April.
You started in April. I think it's like 1 year since me or Zandri joined next week.
Oh.
Well, that may well be true. That's not exactly what I was thinking of. What I was thinking of is that next week will be session 50. We have played 50 sessions of this game.
Nice.
And
Nice.
So that is very nice that we have made it there. All right. Well, thank you guys all for the game. And
Thanks for running it, Callie.
Yeah,
you're welcome. This is fun, and this is why. Like I say, I can only handle doing one homebrew game a week because there's quite a bit of stuff that goes into this. Bonus points, actually, inspiration is up for grab. Do any of my players know from this map? Do you know where this map is from and what this map is?
What's the Storm King's Thunder map?
Is this Elemental Evil?
It is Elemental Evil.
Ooh.
Oh,
And do you know what do you know what particular map it is?
no, I couldn't tell you.
Well, does it help you at all if I bring you back for a moment to Lambholt and show you the layout of Lambholt? Does that look familiar to anybody?
That's a Curse of Strahd map.
Actually, it's from the same campaign. It's
Yeah,
from Elemental Evil.
Because I could have sworn I recognized the inn when I looked at the town.
Yep. This is the town of Red Larch, which is standing in for Lambholt. Because, of course, Lambholt exists in fiction for Magic the Gathering, but there's not really any description of what the town is like, except just some vague brushstrokes. So I said, all right.
It wouldn't be the temple of. It wouldn't be water, elemental water.
It looks like it might be an earth temple.
No, this is actually Red Larch. This is the starting town for.
I was just trying to guess the
Evil.
exact name of the tomb map, but I can't.
Oh, the tomb map. That's actually one of the little level 1 side adventures for Red Larch. That is attached to the town of Red Larch. I said, okay, what town do I want to stand in for Lambholt? And I started looking at maps. I thought, okay, that map looks pretty good. That is Red Larch. And as I started putting things in there's a lot of stuff going on in Red Larch. Oh, well, let me take this and let me take this, let me take this, and I will turn them into little side quests that my players may or may not explore. So that's always the danger with this game, is I can set up 2 or 3 things and you just walk right by them and never even pay attention to them. So
there's something Matt Koval says. It says our strength as storytellers is based solely on the obscurity of the things we manage to refer from.
Yeah, well, and I consider myself I proudly wear the moniker of being a lazy DM, where it's like I just like to repurpose as much stuff as I can so that I don't have to do stuff that I'm really bad at, like artwork. And when D&D Beyond gives you a bunch of really high quality maps for things, it makes it really easy. Yeah. Makes it really easy to just use those and say, okay, I'm going to change that around, use it for my own purposes.
I am God here. If I say this is Lambholt, it is Lambholt.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Give me a few minutes here, Ken, and I will come back and help you out with that.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, we could have been in our warm beds right now, but no.
Adam had to go find something, right? Right.
Well, I'm just gonna flat out say, even if she had died there, Zandri wouldn't have done anything different.
God forbid a rabbit got hurt in any of our vicinity of like Galibar, Zandri.
Talking about a rabbit that was a person being tortured and consumed by demon worshipping cultists.
Well, I mean, let's be real. It could have been a rabbit. We'd still be doing the same thing right now.
It was not a rabbit.
But look, Zandri was warm. And on that note,
okay. All right, stream. Thanks again for hanging out. I'm going to go ahead and end the stream right now. Gaunty, appreciate you being here all day.
Bye, everybody.
All right.
Bye.
Good night. And we all stand there like the end of a Beverly Hillbillies episode, standing on the porch and waving as the chat room goes, bye-bye.